It took a while. I do apologise. And I'm going to make this a regular thing, and I'll explain. You're all right. Hello, Dave. Thanks for joining us, Neo China. Because I uploaded a video that I got a strike for, that you would have really appreciated, I thought it might be better not to risk losing this channel. So I've got a backup channel called Bibbidi Babbidi. When someone's waffling a load of shit, just nonsense, which is most people these days, and I've kind of like switched off 10 seconds into what they've been saying, and I'll go Bibbidi Babbidi what? Because all I've heard is blah blah blah. I like deep conversations. I can do small talk, but I struggle with it. So I was thinking of changing the channel name, the other channel name, the backup channel name, from Bibbidi Babbidi to the Waffling Wizard, and using that for live streams, so as not to jeopardize this channel, and just use this channel for just prepping, pure prepping. Maybe the occasional walk and talk. What do you think about that? I mean, the Waffling Wizard, I really like that. I think that was Michael. I think Michael gave it. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. Hey, Ruthie, sweetheart, you all right, darling? It's good to see you. How's hubby? Hello, Sky Girl, you all right, darling? And hello, Lana. Thank you for joining us. I've even got a pipe coming. So all those times I've moaned about Richard Vogue's like, just put the fucking pipe down, Rich. Put it down. Or I'll take your other fucking eye out. But I've sent off for one, but it's not a proper. I had a look at some of those wizard ones, you know, some of the Gandalf pipes, and they're about that long, you know, too much. But I think this looks more like wizardy, right? But I don't aim to look like a proper wizard. For 50 quid, I could go all in and look like a proper wizard and just talk. But that wouldn't be the point, because then that would make the live streams gimmicky, and I don't want to be a gimmick. So the point behind this is because 2026 is going to be the year of all years. You know, any crazy year that you've had in your life will be shadowed by this year. I think we all know that. So some of the topics that we'll be talking about, some of the stuff we'll be talking about, some conversations we'll be having, you know, I think that this will just take the edge off the seriousness of it, you know. So if I go deep on something and it's a bit, you know, it just takes the edge off. So it's a psychological thing, that's all. But I have got a pipe and I've got my wooden goblet, you know. And I can say, you shall not pass. You know, that's it. That's my limit. Not a proper wizard, but change the channel to the Waffling Wizard, and that would just be for live streams. And I think most of you guys are already subscribed to that. But I'm going to put a link to it in the chat, and then I'll put the link periodically into the chat, just so that anyone that wants to listen to live streams from now on can just click on that, and that'll be the live stream channel. What do you reckon? You know, it makes sense, because they didn't like that video. They didn't like that video at all. And if anyone wants it, I'll try and email it to you. Yeah, doing all right, Ruthie, doing all right. I've used Bibbidi Babbidi for years. Hey, it's a great thing to say, Bibbidi Babbidi, but I spell it differently. Right, let me put it into the chat. So anyone that's not subscribed to that channel, it's got about 50 odd subscribers. I mean, it wasn't around for very long before I set this channel up, or I might have set this channel up and then set that up as a backup channel, because I sort of pretty much knew where I was going with it, you know. Hence wanting to keep the channel small. If this was a big channel, it'd be gone by now, you know, and all of this would be gone with it. So, so just bear with me. You know, I don't like twatting around with my phone. There we are. How do I share it? Like that. Right. This won't take long, because I'm aware that when I'm doing this, I'm not connecting, you know, so I'm not connecting, you know, so I'm not connecting. Can't be doing with that again. There we go. That's directly to my second channel. So to try and make sure that Rose Hippie Guy can keep going, I think it just makes pure sense to use that channel from now on for doing live streams. It's not as established as this channel is, you know, but that doesn't really matter. It doesn't, you know, again, I'm not in this for how many likes and how many clicks and how many subs and all that bollocks. I'm not interested in any of that. It's got nothing to do with any of that. Never has. It's about connecting with like-minded souls and delving into all the shit that's going on around us whilst having a bit of escapism at the same time. But I think as a homage to this channel and all of us lot, I'll change it now. The profile picture is a photo of me and Sal the day we got married. I'll have a think about it. I was thinking of putting a yin yang there. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Is that a Rosary? Ciao, Bella. How you doing, darling? You all right? Neil deGrasse Tyson. he's such a twat. You know, he's such a moron. The guy's such a moron. You know, yet people follow him thinking he's the dog's bollocks. You know, he's a dickhead. He's a proper dickhead. Can I join you for a while? Of course you can join me, Michael. I've been told I can learn a lot from you all. You know you can. We learn a lot from each other. Hello, Jordan. You all right, matey? The Wizard of Wisdom. Oh, I don't know about the wisdom bit, but I think the waffling wizard. It doesn't sound, you know, it doesn't sound so serious because I try not to take myself too seriously. You know, I know sometimes I have a bit of a moan and some proper full-on fucking hardcore rants sometimes, but generally speaking, I do try and keep balance. You know, have a bit of a laugh, and you know, we've got to hold on to our sense of humor. No matter what happens, don't let go of your sense of humor because it will get you through. It will. It will. I promise you. What video is this, Terry? Didn't like Terry. Yes, send it me, and if it's a bit controversial, Sodom. Yeah. No, it wasn't one that you sent, Sky Girl. It was a look. You know how I slag off AI a lot because I see how dangerous it is, because it is, right? We're living through a time, an era of illusion and lies, to the point where we don't even know if what we're looking at on a screen is real anymore. So far, nothing's got past me, nothing. But there's been plenty of videos that haven't got past me, that have got past people that I didn't think they'd get past. But it's only a matter of time before something, you know, I'm watching something and I'm not doubting it because it, but then I suppose I'm doubting everything now because I'm looking for it, you know. But this video was an AI video of Epstein and all of his associates, and you get to put faces to loads and loads of names and their part to play in all of this sick, twisted, fucked upness with kids, Pizzagate and all that. Everything becomes quite clear, and you watch it once and you think, fucking hell, whoever put that together was a genius. Then you watch it a second time, it's like watching it for the first time again because you start spotting loads of little things that you missed the first time. Then the third time, you see even more. I uploaded it into the short section. I had to remove all of the sound because I needed to get past the copyright with the music. Because the music can still hear me and see me okay. So anyway, that was pretty much the premise of it, and it was just him doing a walkthrough, and it was very, very, very creepy, you know, and it really did put things into perspective because it was very accurate based on what I've learned and what I know. And you'll notice that I've not been talking about Epstein very, you know, because everyone's talking about it. That's all anyone's talking about. So there's part of me thinking, is this them distracting us away from something else, you know, which is highly likely? Or is it them saying, this is what we've been doing? It's extremely evil and twisted. What are you going to do about it? And a few other ideas I've got as to why it's all out there like this. But anyway, so I got rid of the sound off the top of it, and then replaced it with a song that was YouTube friendly. But it was I took a screenshot of it and I put it in the post section of you know what YouTube had said to me, and it was just taken down. But I think about 3 or 4 people got to see it before it got taken down, and I've got no way of uploading it again because it'll just get taken down again. So if I can manage to fit it, because it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds long. If an email, I don't know what the maximum is you can put on an email, you know. Nice one, Dave. I need to catch up on the latest episode. Do all the changes and stuff after this live stream, before next week's live stream, and then I'll put a notification out from this channel with a link to that channel, and then I'll put a notification out from that channel as well. Just so that you don't miss it, in case you want to, you know. And my pipe will have arrived by then as well, and it's quite a nice little pipe. And I think it'll go nice with this. I might get a better grey wig, something a bit more Gandalfy, because I do think I found a channel earlier on, and it's just it's like a group of young lads, probably 18 to 20, something like that. Not old, not very old, and they go into people's X spaces and Zoom meetings and stuff that are public, where anyone can join in. And I was thinking, this is a great idea because they were really, you know. I was thinking I could maybe nudge my way into an LGBTQ plus. It's all those pluses. The pluses are the dark bits. The pluses are minor attracted bastards. That's what the pluses are for. And furbies, or furries, you know, and just smashing my way in there, not to mess around with people's heads, because most of the people that are either transitioning or, you know, they're just, am I a bloke or am I a woman? You know, it's because they're so fucking weak-minded that they've been sucked into the government narrative. They've been sucked into it. most of them. So there's a lot of mental health issues there. So I don't want to make that worse, but I want to see how long I can stay in a group like that undetected whilst trying to put my point across as to how bad and how sick it is that this sort of ideology and this mentality is being pushed onto children, and then film it. I might change my voice to something a bit more camp, you know, because I can do camp very well, believe it or not. You know, I know I look dead manly in that. But yeah, it's just something I'm toying with. I don't know how to record something like that other than just filming it as I'm doing it, but with my phone out of the way. Oh, thank you, Sky Girl. It was a beautiful, beautiful day. Yeah, I remember getting a bit choked up when I was saying the things, you know, because it was a beautiful moment, very beautiful. Yeah, we had a very long engagement, very long. Next couple of months, I'll be mostly stocking up on X-bow bolts and strings. The news keeps highlighting bows in every bad story they can. Yeah, they want to disarm us. They've already disarmed us with firearms, so everyone has to have a license now. And there's part of me that agrees with that and part of me that doesn't. But if they start arming our police, then if the public start getting hold of firearms off the dark web or, you know, off the black market, then I wouldn't blame them. Fuck them. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm a gander. You're a fucking gander. But yeah, so we've got to try and make the most of what we can get away with, and it's shocking what we can get away with. If you think outside the box, you won't believe the absolute devastation you can cause. I'm telling you, all with things that you can buy completely legally. You know, take out 5, 10, 15 people. Telling you, think outside the box. I've always said that. And I think you've seen my bolts, you know. I've got the normal ones that are just pointed. 250 feet per second. But then you've got the hunting bolts, and they've come to a point and out almost like an old-fashioned proper arrow, and they're lethal. They are illegal. Cheers. But yeah, prep up, Dave. It's all about self-defense and the defense of your home. That's all. We're not looking to going out and, you know, taking people out. You know, we're not lunatics. We're just sane people in an insane world, seeing what's coming and preparing accordingly. That's all we're doing. Good night, fellow stargazers. I'll hand you over back to Michael now. Thank you for that. Are you there, Michael? It's a right fucking weirdo. Who is he? Hey? Yeah, he did glitch. Oh yeah, Michael glitched as well. Yeah, I think I'm starting to move around. It's still a little bit glitchy, Lana. So I'm trying not to make too many movements. I've turned the Wi-Fi off on my phone, so it's not as diluted. To do whatever I can, you know, to improve it. I don't distract myself with this Epstein crap. There is so much out there now, it would drive you demented. I love that word, demented. It's such an underrated word. If you focused your attention on it. Yeah, exactly. And so many people are doing that. And look, we know what it's about. We know how dark it is. We know what's happening to these children, you know, and not just kids. So yeah, we know we don't need to be force fed it 24 hours a fucking day. It's not good for us, you know. We've got to try and find ways to drift through it, float along. My Neil deGrasse. Oh, you have spelt it right. Neil deGrasse Tyson part seemed more funny than it turned. That is correct, Michael. But hey, God loves a trier. Think I caught that vid before it got took down. Very interesting. I'm glad you got to clock it though, Dave. You know, because it was mad. It was mad. It was very, very revealing. There was a few things in there that I didn't know about, you know. But I still got it on my phone. So like I said, if anyone wants it, email me. And if I can manage to get it into a small enough file, or if it's small enough to fit into an email, I'll send it to you. It's very eye-opening, you know, and dark. Bollocks to him. Hello, Carl. You all right, mate? Thanks for joining us. And I agree with your sentiments entirely. Bollocks to him. Although I prefer fuck 'em, personally. Yeah, our parents voted away our rights to firearms. They did. But again, it's acts and statutes that have been laid on top and laid on top. If we ended up going back and looking at common law, under common law, we still have the right to bear arms as a private man and a private woman. Now, it's unlawful, not illegal, unlawful for you to carry a firearm as part of your employment, except for the armed forces. That's separate. So that means no firearm police. So firearm police under common law is unlawful. You see, so everything's been inverted. We have the right under common law to bear arms, firearms, actual firearms, right? With no regulations. The police don't. But because of the legal system, after the Great Fire of London and everyone dead at sea, and the implication of the legal system, that was all buried. So again, you know, it's like, do you want to look? There are so many acts and statutes and legal laws and legal requirements and all of that I don't agree with. I don't agree with them. So because I don't agree with them, I can't believe I've just done that. I need to make sure my hair looks nice and straight for all of you lovely lot. See, I can do camp. So if I don't agree with like some stupid act and statute, I'm not going to abide by it. You know, fuck it. It doesn't apply to me. I'm not my birth certificate. It applies to my birth certificate. So if you've got a problem, have a word with that. I'll go and get it. It's upstairs. Don't need tat shit, bro. We don't, mate. Amazon have some good deals on broadheads. We'll stock up on them next month. Yeah, they're a little bit more expensive. Not much, and they're very, 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 very sharp. Just give me like less than 30 seconds, right? Just for anyone that hasn't seen these, just so that you know where you stand, because there's a lot of people that don't really want to push the law. They don't want to push the legal system, right? So I would just like to show you what you can buy legally and give you a rough price bracket on, you know, on what it is. So you'll know whether or not you can afford it, and you'll know what's what. Just give me 30 seconds. think that was less than 30 seconds. I did yoga yesterday, and like the top of my arse cheeks, the top of my thighs, and all around my groin area is really aching. I feel like I've had a jolly good fucking rogering. So this is my Cobra. This is a pistol crossbow. And I haven't got my glasses on. You grab hold of the end. Oh, hold on, I've put the safety on. And you're not meant, and then you load the bolt. Bear with. So I've got my practice bolts. You see, some of these, the broadheads are so sharp that they're actually poking through the bottom, and I cut my hand earlier on, so I was going to bring them down. So these are my practice bolts, just black, right? Pretty sort of expendable, reusable, but kind of expendable. If you're firing these at a hard target, quite close range, you can end up buckling them and bending them. I've got some slightly better ones. They come in different colours. You can get red, orange, and they've got an alloy, and that gives them a lot more rigidity. If you're firing them at a tough, hard target at close range, they'll take a bit more punishment. And if you miss your target, which you shouldn't do, practice on targets 10 foot away from you. Try and get a good group in, right? And then 15 foot. Try and get a good group in, and then 20 foot, and so on, right? These are a lot easier to find than the black ones, you know. And then there's them. And they're so sharp. You know, those blades, you know how sharp those blades look. They are extremely sharp. So, I mean, they'll go through what they need to go through if you need to protect yourself. And these are legal. I'll put the bolts away in a minute. Now, just like if you've got a proper archery bow, which I've got 3 in this cupboard here, and I've got a few other bits and bobs as well. You're best off, just like an air rifle. They recommend that you don't dry fire. I don't know why, but then back into place. I've frozen again. Right, back into place. Safety off, and fire. 250 feet per second. So that's my Cobra. Yeah, you can get some that have got an extension here, so you can put it against your shoulder for extra stability, but you don't need it. All you need is 2 hands like that. You know, they don't weigh that much. They're not, you know, there's no need for all of they add stuff like that on just so they can add in. They spend an extra £5 on putting a shoulder butt on there, and then charge you an extra 20 quid. They're not necessary. So if you see something like that, don't bother. Just get something straightforward, either a Cobra. Well, I can only recommend what I've used, what I've practiced with. You know, then you've got word of mouth, genuine word of mouth. I can't really say that about any other pistol crossbow because I've not tried any other ones. And then this is my Mantis. This is my favourite. This does seem to have a lot more power, and it's beautiful. Look at it, you know. And again, it's the same. It's a little button there. Grab hold of one end, press the button. Right, so when you're going to put effort in like that, it means did you hear the difference? Whew, fuck me, it's hot in this. I might have to go for something a bit thinner, like a slightly balding wizard during the summer, because this would be too much for me. But yeah, these are perfectly legal, right? Now, the crossbows are about 45 quid, 45, 50 quid. Once you've got it, you've got it. Then you'll want to buy some spare lines for it. And then you could do with getting some wax, bowstring wax. So get some spare strings and then get some string wax. And it just makes them last 5, 6 times longer. They'll last for years anyway, because we're not going to be going out like fucking Samity Sam. It's not going to be like that. It's about protection, you know. Yeah, lawfare. They're going to try and get everyone like that. But again, just absolute defiance, non-compliance. If you feel like they're coming after you, fuck them. We can't have people caving in. Ruthie, I wish I had a shop I could go in and buy with cash and not over the internet, giving them details. I know where you're coming from, Ruth. I do, you know, because it was the same with my air rifle, and yeah, I had to take in ID and all sorts. So now I've got it, you know, but it's legal. Try and take it off me. Try and take it off me. I'll fucking take your life. I'll take your life. You come through that door uninvited, I will fucking take your life. You're mine. You're fucking mine. So don't worry about it, Ruth. Just be prepared to fucking throttle them. You know, these things are legal. So if they suddenly make them illegal, you bought them when they were legal. If they want to start messing around with the law, let them fucking get on with it. Makes no difference to me. Hello, Lady Geek. How you doing, sweetheart? I hope you're doing all right. Survived another week, hon. It's not the birth certificate. Yeah. But the birth certificate is the certificate of claim for the placenta, because the placenta doesn't last forever. You know, it degrades. You know. But yeah, you're sort of right there, Carl. And thanks for coming back, Carl. You know, you eased yourself in the end on the last live stream, mate. Thanks for coming back. You have to let the police know, the police in your home, if you have a firearms license for hunting purposes, for example. You don't get a say in the matter. You have to let them in. Yeah, under the legal system. This is what I'm saying. The legal system was created for their benefit, not for yours. So yeah, under the legal system, they have a right to do that. Under common law, they don't. You know, you just bury common law under acts and statutes. But then even common law was written by man. You know, I don't need any law that was written by some fucking bloke somewhere, right? And it's usually blokes, to tell me what I can and can't do. I know the difference between right and wrong. I know that rape is wrong. I know that harming anybody is wrong unless they're coming to try and harm you. Stealing shit is wrong. You know, destroying people's property is wrong. You know, harming animals without intending to eat them is wrong. You know, I know I've got a very innate sense between right and wrong. I don't need laws. I don't need all these fucking laws. I don't need them. And I'd put a punt out that neither do you. So fuck them. But you are right, Michael. Yeah. Me and My Shadow. I love that song. It's a beautiful song. I'm wary of pushing law too hard. Wouldn't take much for the fuckers to fabricate something and put me back in prison or hospital. Yeah, I know what you're saying, mate. But it's all about your mentality, you know, about how determined you are. I mean, I've said plenty that apparently some people have had knocks on the door. Some people have been arrested for. I've pushed the boat right out there, you know, but it's all been the truth. It's been the truth. So if they want to try and come and arrest me for telling the truth, that's going to really, really, really fucking push all the wrong buttons in all the wrong order. You know, it is. I'm all about the truth. Now, sometimes I get shit wrong. I'm human, you know. And fortunately, you guys put me right, and I appreciate that. But I'm not wrong very often, you know. Touch wood. So yeah, for them to come knocking on my door for me telling the truth, yeah, it'll be a bad day at work for them. Sweet. Yes, I am, Dave. I am. My daughter buys my stuff for me. That's a good idea. Yeah, you could buy one by proxy. You know, because of the sort of stuff that you probably look at, you know, the sort of content that you absorb on a daily basis to stay on top of what's going on in the world and then prepping for that, you're going to be on some sort of list. You know, I'm probably on a list. I'm definitely not. I'm not. You know, although I don't know. You know, maybe they see me as a potential extremist because I'm very, very anti-establishment because I don't like the establishment. You know, the establishment is all fucked up. It's all wrong, and it needs to go. It needs to go by whatever means necessary. We need to start from scratch. So maybe they do see me as maybe I am on a higher list. I don't know. And I couldn't give a fuck. I couldn't, honestly. But that's not a bad idea from our Dave by getting one by proxy, you know, getting your sister to get one or you know, something like that. It's given me a few ideas, but then, you know, they know what I've got now. I've made it very clear. You know, most of what I've got. I've not got anything illegal, nothing. And certainly nothing unlawful. 80 feet pound crossbow, spear string, wax check. Nice one, Michael. Lovely, lovely, jubbly. But you've got to practice with it. You need to get some practice in. You know, you need to have as much distance, you know, so that you know that you can get it on target from a distance and you can get it. You're not going to miss close range. Not with one of these. It's just aim, fire. That's it. But or you've got to you've got to get into. You see, loading a crossbow up, right? on a nice sunny day in the garden. And then you've got to remember, they've all got a safety, all of them. You've got to remember to take the safety off. Fire. Repeat. Safety off. Fire. If you need to use that under immense pressure, right, you're going to be forgetting about the safety. It's like, it's not working, it's not working, it's not working, it's not working. Throw it on the floor, run away, because you've not practiced it under pressure. So at least practice it over and over and over again whilst you're not under pressure. So it'll be like second nature for when you are under pressure. I hope that makes sense. Same with air rifles. You can get magazines for air rifles, and you can get gas powered ones which are slightly more powerful, and you can click click instead of break, because both mine are break barrel. Putting a pellet in there, click, aim, fire, break, pellet in, click, fire. It's obviously a lot more practical and a lot easier than the old fucking muskets. I mean, imagine if you had a musket and you've got like the enemy coming towards you, or the cockroaches, big swarms of the fucking dirty little cockroaches coming at you, and you've got to put your ball in there, you've got to put your primer in there, and you've got cotton wool in there, and you've got to push it down like that, and then fuck around with this, and then pull that back. By the time you've lifted it up, they're all over you. But yeah, practice, and not just with any defense, anything that you've got for defense. Practice with all your gear, your stoves and any equipment that you've got for prepping. Just get familiar with it, learn it, so that when it does come to a time when you're going to need to use it, you won't, it'll be second nature. You'll know exactly what to do. You'll understand it, and I think all prepper channels promote that, and it's a good thing to promote. And I think people need to be saying that more often to get more people to get more familiar with their stuff. I'm not allowed a firearms license. Was a rather naughty boy when I was young. My dad had 2 shotguns and one was a sawn off, but that was all right back then, 2 shotguns, and one of them was a proper sawn off. And one, I think it was the sawn off that it misfired and it kind of exploded in the chamber, but it didn't sustain any damage. But it was like a big flash, I don't know if you're familiar with this either, because there are things that you can do around your home to make your home look less of a target. So putting signage up like no trespassers. My dog's bites, even if you've not got a dog, you put a sign up like that. Put some fake CCTV cameras up, a fake house alarm box up. There's so much you can do, And I was thinking about anyone that's maybe kind of that jumped on the boat at the right time in regards to gold and silver and now copper. Bury it. But if you live in a flat and you haven't got a garden, you can buy fake tins of beans. It just says Heinz baked beans on it, and there's nothing in it. So you just take the top off, it just clips off like that. Put your valuables in there, put the lid back on, and that's it. Now, to make it more realistic, because then if anyone did think about that, which they wouldn't, right? But for your peace of mind, all you need to do is buy one of these fake tins of beans or tin of, Campbell's soup or whatever. There's a bit of a variety. Excuse me. Is get just a normal freezer bag, just something that's really, just screw it up. Don't use a vac pack bag or anything like that, the wrong shape. And just boil some rice up, let it cool down, scoop some rice into one freezer bag, right? Tie it off, Put that in the bottom of your fake tin of beans. Put your valuables in, and then put another bag of cooked rice on the top around it, so that any coins or any silver or gold or anything. I've not done that. That's why I'm telling you. You know, so if they came around here and went through, you know, if the police, you know, if they wanted to, if the government decided that, right, we need to come and take everyone's gold and silver for the greater good, for the war effort, right? They can go through all my cans. Good luck. They'll need to get through that fucking door first. But yeah, just put the rice, cooked rice all the way around it. Put the lid back on, right? And maybe even glue it on if you want. And to anyone that picks it up, it'll feel like a tin of beans. You can shake it around. It'll sound like a tin of beans. They're about £5. You know? So if you've got gold, silver, anything like that, and you haven't got a garden to bury it in, right? And it's not buried in my garden either. But I could do with telling somebody where it is in case something happens to me. But then, you know, they don't know about it now. It'll just be there for maybe future generations to find. Who knows? You know, if anything happens to me. But in the words of Gandalf, keep it secret. Keep it safe. Hey, Lana. Where was I? Damn right. Don't need some dirty politicians telling me what is right. Yeah, we know what's right, you know? Yeah, there are people out there that don't, you know? But in times past, communities would deal with people like that. The community would come together. The elders, you'd have a group of elders, right, that were respected and put in a position like that to make final decisions. And they were in that position because the people thought that they were perfect for that position. And over time, over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, we ended up getting parliament, so an upgraded, more centralized version of the community. And it's just gotten out of control, and they're taking the piss. But it would be the community that would deal with any scumbags. You touch kids, you know, there'll be good men, good, brave, strong men, right? Sound of mind, level-headed, pin them down, chop the cock off. That's it. They won't do it again. A man rapes a woman, the community deals with it. They find them, pin them down, chop the cock off. No fucking about. And once everyone sees that that's what happens, you know, paedophilia almost, you'll never truly get rid of it, almost disappears. Rapes almost, you know, you got people getting suspended sentences for rape, you know, unless you're white, of course. So these punishments need to be severe. So, you know, I'm all about going back to the old ways. I really am. But yeah. Anyway, 100% start from scratch. Yeah, spot on, Lada. Yeah, it's what we need to do. Everything, the whole thing needs to be. We need a Guy Fawkes 2.0, but obviously not raising an entire building to the ground. But these people need to be removed, and we have the right. The people of this nation have the right to go in and remove them and replace them. You know, good luck with that. You know, until we get that proper, full-on critical mass. You know, and it's bubbling. It's bubbling. That's why everything's being rushed. You know, I said years ago there was far too many variables to take into account, even for the most seasoned of social scientists, psychiatrists, psychologists, social psychologists, oh fuck it, you know what I mean. Even for the most seasoned, there's far too many things to take into account. And their version of AI, which would be quantum, right? They would have put loads and loads of models through that to see how many different outcomes could come out of, say, the COVID thing, right? How many outcomes and what are all the different ways that people will respond to that, and will there be an uprising for this or an uprising for that, and blah blah blah, and how would we deal with that, and how would we deal with this and that and that, but there's just far too many variables. Yeah, humans are creatures of habit, and there are a lot of people out there that are like fucking robots, meat robots. They do the same thing. They get up, brush their teeth, go to work, come home, stick a meal in the microwave, sit down, eat it, watch garbage on TV, go to bed and repeat, right? But there are more and more and more people waking up. So they're dealing with a different animal now. We're not as predictable as we once were. So yeah, they've gone into hyperdrive now, and so whenever anyone hears anyone like me say something like that, they feel kind of really reassured and uplifted and positive. They're going to throw absolutely everything, like a cornered, caged tiger or lion. They don't want to lose or give up what they've got, and they've got a lot of technology and a lot of manpower. But you can't allow that to get in the way. You can't allow that thought or that these facts stand in your way. Again, it's not about us. It's about our kids' kids, and our kids', future generations. You don't want to be lying on your deathbed wishing that you'd done something because you didn't. I wrote to my MP about illegals coming. I had to give my details before she would answer, so I guess I'm on the list too. Not necessarily, I just wish more and more people would write to their MPs, but then, writing to your MP, if you got 5, 10, 15, 20,000 other people, right, you write to your MP, you write to your MP, you write to your MP, all writing to the same MP, right? It's like these petitions. Some of them exceeded 1 million. What did it change? Nothing. Nothing changed. So there is still a passive way of dealing with this situation. That is still on the table, and that is mass non-compliance. That is still on the table, right? But if that fails, then there's only one thing left on the table, and that's a full-on, hardcore, bloody, brutal revolution. Unless you can think of another one, because I've racked my brain, believe me. But that passive non-compliance thing is on the table, and that does work. It will work. Does anyone remember the anyone who doesn't have a digital ID will not be allowed to work in the UK. It will be mandatory. I think that was quite a good impression, actually. That soon turned around, didn't it? Why is that? Because everyone said, fuck off. That's why. Mass non-compliance. So there is a passive way of dealing with this, but if that fails, then there's only one thing left on the table, and that's the end of it. Anyone else, anyone that's thinking we're going to vote our way out of this, If there's anyone listening to me now that thinks we're going to be able to vote our way out of this madness, fuck off to another live stream, because you're probably in the wrong place. Too naive. Sort your shit out. Yeah, the safety lock is a bugger, and on rifles, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, because people will be shooting their mates in the arse by accident. Oh, I'm so sorry, mate, as they've got a fucking crossbow bolt sticking out of the right arse cheek, you know, a 5% metallic glutinous maximus. So the safety catch on all of these things is a good idea, you know. But if you get loads and loads of practice in, you'll remember safety, fire, load, safety, fire, load, safety, fire. Every time you fire, the safety flicks back into position, ready for the next bolt. So you don't fire it off at someone by accident. So it's a good thing. But practice, 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 practice. I'm looking at getting a night vision scope, but they're just so expensive. There is one that you can buy for about 300 quid. But there's a lot of people who said that, you know, after you've like fired a couple of rounds and you've broke the barrel again, and then put another pellet in, brought it back up, your sights can be off after about 3 or 4 shots. Your sights can be off from a distance, that is, you know. But at, you know, 100 feet, maybe I don't know. But I think just for hunting, say, rabbits at night, something like that would be very good. Or if you're, again, look, I might sound crazy to some people, you know. But if you're kind of you're getting a few people on your street on side, which won't happen immediately, you know, it's going to have to get very, very, very bad. People are going to have to just lose their shit so much. It's going to have to get so bad before you start to bring some of your neighbours around. Again, don't let them know you've got loads of food. They're not your responsibility. But you could take it in turns watching your street in shifts. So something like a night vision scope on an air rifle is definitely something I'm looking into. Definitely. But they're just not cheap. I mean, to get a really decent one, you're looking at $1,000. I haven't got $1,000, you know. So anyway, still catches me out from time to time. More practice needed until it's second nature. Yeah, just keep going at it, Michael, and enjoy it. You know, this is you know, again, I'm not a bigot, I'm not a sexist bastard, you know, but this is a very blokey thing to do. You know, we were the hunters. You know, we go out with our bows and arrows or whatever and kill shit, bring it back, feed the family, providers. So it's within us, it's within men to feel natural with doing stuff like this, you know. So enjoy it. Just get loads and loads of practice in and enjoy it, you know. Try and get a really, really good group in, and then but don't move it back. Don't just go, oh, that's close enough, I'll move it another 5 feet back. No, get it perfect, then move it back, then get it perfect. Warning, low on ammo, no warning, shot given. Yeah, always done that. He's one of them. Got a 12-volt battery stash tub from Temu the other week. What's a 12-volt battery stash tub? Oh, Jordan, you're gonna have to send that. You're gonna have to email me that, mate, because that's got my attention. You see, I've got loads of leisure batteries that are they're not brand new, but they were bought brand new, you know. And every now and then I just have to get them all out and then I've got a smart charger. I have to just recharge them all up and then put them back again. People don't realize how time consuming prepping is, but again, it depends on how advanced you are, because there is, again, we all know there's a massive sliding scale on that. You've got people that have got 3 weeks worth of food where they would normally have just a week's worth, or 5 days worth of food. They've got 3 weeks worth or a month's worth now. And they've put a few, 5 litre or 10 litre bottles of water aside. And then you're going to have people maybe like me, we are quite limited as city preppers. I mean, I can't have chickens because I've got 2 chicken killers. I'm trying to grow what I can in a garden that's nearly all slabbed, So it's always been a city prepping channel, but I do try my best, and I've optimized what I've got. I've done the absolute maximum, more or less, within my means and within what I've got available, and that's all you can do, is do your best. And if you think, actually, I could do that as well, and I could do that as well. Every single layer that you add onto your preparedness is more and more and more an extra layer of being able to sleep at night, confidence, knowing that when it all goes poof, you'll be all right. You've got that buffer zone that's going to take a lot of pressure off you, Pressure that when the shit hits the fan, you don't want, when the shit hits the fan, really hits the fan, that is intense pressure. So you don't want intense pressure on top of pressure. So if you've prepared, you've relinquished so much of that pressure, so much. When you know that there's going to be people fighting over tins of beans in the supermarket, you're not going to be anywhere near that. You won't be part of that. Also got my mum a lockbox that looks like a book. Brilliant. You see, I didn't even know that existed. I didn't even know that was a thing, Jordan. I didn't. But I knew the tins of beans were, and they've been around for a long time. Because, again, back in the early 90s, I was, as far as the law was concerned, I was a naughty boy. And I had to keep, I had a lot of money, a lot of cash, and a lot of things that got me the cash around my home. So I had to disguise a lot of it and hide a lot of it away. So that's why I know that these tin beans, these fake tin beans exist, because I had some, and they didn't go through my tins. They moved them all out of the way, put them back, closed the door, had a look in another cupboard. They were out of reach of the sniffer dogs, so it's just a good idea. So you can get books apparently as well. So everything's, I need to catch up. I've got a bit behind. I do apologize. You know that it's unfortunately something that I just do. One of Tony Blair's first laws he passed when he got in power was to abolish the death sentence for traitors. It wasn't for traitors. It was for help me out. It wasn't for traitors. It was a very, very old law that not traitors. Oh, fuck me. I hate it when I can't think of a word. But I know where you're coming from, Michael, when that law was passed in either 1997 or 1998. I think it was 97. Will you get a Temu refund for it, Jordan. Yeah, yeah, he probably will. Probably. He's got so much shit that he's not, that, you know, that he's paid for, and they're like, I want this for free. And good on you. Yeah, just Dave, just I don't know what your self-discipline, I've never met you, so I don't know what your level of self-discipline is, but it's, especially if you get the app, you could just like, ooh. And before you know it, you've spent about 100 quid. So just when you go on there, be very disciplined. But it's definitely worth it, mate, because we need to get as much as we can possibly get now whilst we can get it, you know. And Temu is a good source because it's very, very cheap. Very cheap. It's cheaper than eBay and Amazon. A lot cheaper. In fact, a lot of the stuff that's sold on eBay and Amazon was bought from Temu in bulk and then sold on you know, on those platforms. And a lot of the adverts that you get on YouTube as well, are people that have just bought stuff on Temu and then they've just put a really, really good AI advert out there saying NASA scientists created this. Yeah, righto, Neo China. Skip. That's another thing, you know, these YouTube ads. I'm sat there. I love tomato soup. Love it. It's one of my favorite soups. And I'm sat there dipping like strips of bread into my tomato soup, right? Thick layer of proper butter on there. Oh. Watching a YouTube video, and then an advert will come on, and it'll be like, are you having one of those gush moments? I'm like, you know, for Tampax or something like that. And I'm like, for fuck's sake, I'll make a sandwich. You know, I don't need to know about gushers. I don't need to know about that. You know, or have you got problems with your arsehole? You need anusol. Again, it's always whilst I'm eating, you know. Have you got an itchy snatch? Try Vagisil. I don't need that shit in my life. Not whilst I'm eating. Not looking good for Temu refunds. Michael been trying. Oh, right. Are they getting on it now? Are they, Jordan? I started sounding out my neighbour a while ago. His sound keeps to himself and he has a bit of a collection of blades. Nice. That's good. He probably knows how to, if he's got a collection, he probably knows how to use them. You need to start encouraging him to start building up supplies. Yeah, he doesn't want to become your, you could utilize him as an ally, you know, that's good. If you've got a good relationship with your neighbor, that's a good thing. I've got a good relationship with mine, but I know he's not stacking food and he's got a fucking family. I can't feed a family. I had another couple of 25-litre water containers delivered from Temu the other day. They're great, very sturdy and stackable. Uno momento. Do you like it when I talk all foreign? Was it anything like this? It's even got a little soap bottle there. Look, you can put soap in it, and then it's got a little tap there. It does come with a few little accessories, like a little sponge thing to clean it out. Right, look. Very, very, very stackable. 20 litres. So if you bought loads of these and stacked them all, you'd have a water wall. And after all, I'll have a water wall. Anyway, we'll be getting more, and we'll get one of those huge bladders that hold 200 litres. Will be good next to the bath. Yeah, but you can get these solar showers. They're brilliant. I've used it before. And again, you can hang that up in your shower, on your shower. You might need to reinforce it a little, make it a bit sturdier. And then just have a shower underneath that. You know, there's so much we can do. We're very adaptable. We're the most adaptable species on Earth. You know, especially preppers. You're a prepper because you've got a very specific mindset. It's a stash tub that looks like a 12-volt battery. Oh, right. Fuck me, Jordan. So you can get a book and something that looks like a 12-volt battery that you can just put loads and loads of stuff inside. That's very, very, very impressive, mate. Yeah, please send me a reminder, Jordan, or a link or something like that. Please email me, brother. I'd really appreciate that, you know. Right, it's all right, mate. I get you now. Lady Geek, I love that this is a prepping channel. You are well prepared for the shit to hit the fan. But after a few months, then what? Well, that's the whole point of prepping, is you're providing yourself with a buffer zone, right? That buffer zone, the bigger your buffer zone, the more time you've got to think about what's next. You know, what can I do next? What's going to happen next? Right? You can only do so much. You've only got so much in your control. As a prepper, you are still head and shoulders above the vast majority of people around you, you know, that haven't got a buffer zone. So it will just buy you some time to think. And there's always a way. Look, there's been catastrophe after catastrophe after catastrophe throughout the history of mankind, and we're still here, you know, because we find a way. We always find a way. I've always found a way, and I'll always find a way. So prepping is a buffer zone. I hope that answers your question, Lady Geek. Treason, that's the one, Lana. Got there in the end. Yeah, it was a very long-standing law that was written into common law, and then I think it might have. Yeah, I mean it's been around for a very, very, very long time, and then he just came along because he knew what was happening, because they play a long game. He knew he was an integral part in what was to come, but he didn't want to swing for it. But what they want and what actually happens, it's two different things. They don't always get what they want, just like we don't. Some water containers, yeah, they're brilliant. Prepping is fairly new to me. Started last year. I focused on survival, bushcraft before that. You see, survival and bushcraft, it's a mentality, Dave. So you've always been a prepper. If you've got an interest in stuff like that, and I think most men, you know, he says, looking like this, most men have got that in them, you know, getting out there, you know. And again, I'm sure there are some new preppers that are coming to the scene, because it has become more mainstream, which is a good thing. That's a good sign of, you know, thinking, oh, I'll be running through the woods just like a squirrel skin covering me cock and me arse with a bow and arrow chasing after a deer. Ah, dear. Well, that's good. You know, I love bushcraft. I know I've got a few skills. I'm no Ray Mears, but I'm not bad. I've got a stove on the way. that Kirsty from Humble Homestead showed me the other week only cost me 90p. 90p for a stove. But then you can make your own stove out of a can. And the Bibbidi Babbidi, let me put that link back in there again for anyone that's just joined us. The Bibbidi Babbidi channel, I think it was on there. I think it was might have been the first video that I put on there, was how to make a hobo stove. So you just, eat a tin of beans. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hold on a minute. I'll post it periodically just so for anyone that doesn't know that I've got a backup channel, that'll be, the name of that will be changed from Bibbidi Babbidi to the Waffling Wizard, and I'll be doing live streams from that from now on. But yeah, you can literally make a stove out of a tin, but you do need one of those old piercers that, when you bought condensed milk and you just you had this little thing that you just, I'll show you. Because if you've not got one of these, it's an essential piece of kit for all preppers to have. All preppers. I can't find the bastard thing. And I'll show you in a minute, but if you do go on Temu, these little tin openers, they don't look much, but they are brilliant. Before we had one of the, that you can sort of turn it, and the can just goes round by itself, and that's it. Push the lid down, take it off. Some people have got electric, they just put a can onto it, and then it just automatically goes, and that's it. But these are brilliant. They do work. Little tiny miniature, weighs next to nothing, tin opener. I've got about 10 of them knocking about. One of them. All you need is one of them, and you can turn a tin can into a hobo stove. All you need is some dry leaves, some sticks, and that's it. And you can cook on top of that. Let me just catch up on the whatchamacallit. I don't even know what you would put in to search for that. If anyone can think of what that's called, please put it in the chat. I'd really appreciate that. But yeah, 90p for a stove, bloody hell, that's good, that is. I've just bought another load of little stoves, but I've put them all in the car, so I don't really want to go out there. I've lost one of my car. I've got 2 car keys. I've lost one of my car keys. I don't know where it is. And I've lost my other glasses as well. Oh dear. Anyway, never mind. It's not the end of the world. They're great, mate. They're actually made in Britain, shipped from the UK warehouse. I love that. But then again, they use that sort of jargon to get people to buy stuff, and it's like, made in England when it was actually packed. It was just packed in England, But yeah, it probably was made in England, and made in England used to mean something at one point. Tony Blair abolished the death penalty for treason, but I knew what you meant, Michael. Yeah, we all knew. We all knew what you meant. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, we'll definitely have a look. Sorry, Lana. Just put the answer before me as well. Oh, bless you. Well, thanks both of you for just helping me out. Because sometimes, I've got so much going on in there, and I'm sure you can all relate to that. You know, getting it from there out of one of these files and then out of my mouth can sometimes be a bit of a challenge. When the shit hits the fan, there will probably be rations given out. Always queue up. I was going to say that. Try and blend in the grey man, you know, look as desperate as everyone else. Your absence will be noticed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's a very good point, that is, Dave. I'm glad you put that in there. It's very, very important that you just blend in with everyone else. And if someone knocks on your door, right, if you see them coming, right, and they knock on your door, just shout through the door, have you got any food? Get in there before they do. So I need food. Just be creative. Was working on a DIY solar shower last year. Managed to get about 38 litres of water up to 48 Celsius. Fuck me, 48 Celsius? We're like, oh. Get out, get the towel, skin straight off. I'm going to need some paracetamol and some burn gel. That's a fucking hot shower, that is, me out China. You'd have to tell me how you managed to get it up to 48 Celsius, mate. Just please, yeah, that is genius. You know, if you can knock stuff like that up off grid, that's impressive. But these solar showers, they're called solar showers because they come in at like between sort of 5 and 8 litres, generally speaking, which isn't much. So if you need a shower, you're going to have to be quick about it. Get some practice in, but just leave it on your sunniest windowsill. I know it's like, well, I've got all my tomatoes, and you know, I know, right? I'm just saying, you can put your tomato plants maybe on I don't know, figure it out, right? We just put it they're black, so they absorb the heat, right? And that warms the water up, so you're not having a cold shower. But even a cold shower, you know, it's not bad for you. I mean, I know people that have ice baths, you know, it's good for you. And it keeps you awake. And it suppresses anxiety, believe it or not. But yeah, hey, please let me know how you managed to pull that off, Jordan. That's very impressive. Good tip, I never thought of that. I don't stand out from the crowd. Yeah, at all. Wear clothes that just don't walk around with loads of fucking camo on. And I love camo, you know. I mean, I just love camo. I've just got loads of camo. I don't think I'm some sort of little fucking soldier. I just love camo. I like to blend in. I feel like I am nature, you know. But yeah, don't walk around with camo. Just look a bit dishevelled. If you don't already, maybe rub a bit of tuna onto you or something like that. You know, if you don't already smell like that, which I hope you don't. Just make yourself smell a little bit as well, you know. So people just don't want to be near you. Just look, and you know, just look dishevelled, and people will stay away from you. But not too dishevelled and not too stinky, because that'll make you stand out. You need to blend in with everyone else. It's very, very important. The grey man is very, very important for preppers. So I'm hoping that that's gone in and stayed in. Good tip. I never thought of that. Yeah. My camping stove is homemade from a utensil tin. Got a couple of them can openers as well, and 4 of them head torches you showed back along. Yeah, I've just sent off for a few more because these head torches that you can buy on Temu are like £4 rechargeable, right? Now, in an SHTF, they're going to be worth about 20 quid, 30, 40 quid, 50 quid, or a battery. You know, if you've got a little solar setup. Give me another 30 seconds because this is important. Now, again, I'll always say, first of all, if you are literally watching every single shiny penny, spend it on food. Spend it on food, right? But if you've got a little bit spare for blackouts, or if there's a permanent blackout at some point, I've got loads of these, loads of them, because I know for a fact that these will appreciate in price. It's a solar panel. You just put on your windowsill. Got a lot to clear up down there now. Got crossbows and all sorts of shit going on. See all of that, look? So you can get your car, if your battery's dead, you can put the solar panel in your window, put that in your fag lighter socket, that will recharge your battery, it'll reverse it. And then you've got crocodile clips as well, look. And then, and this was only about £6, 6, 7 quid, something like that, delivered. And then we've got this. Fucking hell, it's hot. So on the back, so there's your solar panel, look. And it's a half decent one. Super thin. And then on the back, you've got that there. That comes with it. You plug that into there, and then anything that uses a USB for charging goes in there, and then that goes on your windowsill, and you've got free energy to charge all your stuff up. I've got about 6 of them that they all cost less than a tenner. Now, they are never going to depreciate in price. Never. And they're super, super useful for rechargeable. It was the rechargeable head torch thing that, who mentioned that? I've gone past it. I'm sorry. Let me catch up. Couple of them can open. 4 of them head torches, right? So those head torches are all rechargeable, right? I've got loads of them now. And you're going to need lights, you know, and you won't believe the kind of lighting systems that you can get. I mean, preferably, I'll always recommend candles because they're better for us. LEDs are not good for us, you know. I'm aware that this light here that's shining on me now is actually a strobe, you know. But because of the frame rate of my eyesight and the LED light, it just looks like a constant light, but it's not. So the ideal light would be candle light, because that's a constant light. But eventually you're going to run out of candles, so you want to make them last as long as you possibly can. So rechargeable head torches are perfect. And all of my, most of mine have got just a red one as well. So if you need to look, if you're out and about, you know, and you're in pitch black and you need to read something, or you don't want to turn any lights on, but you need to read something, just put the red light on, and it will just make you so less visible. Put the red light on and just read what you need to read, or do what you need to do under red light. So it's just, it still gives you enough light to do what you need to do. And then you can recharge it up during the day for free from one of these little solar panels for about £7. They're between 7 and 10 quid on Temu, you know. It will be like the purge when shit hits the fan, which is super frightening. No fear, Lady Gaga, none. This is why I try and encourage people to get fit, maybe learn a little bit of self-defense, and have stuff available around their home, make their home look less and less inviting. There's so many things you can do. You know, you could probably even do a quick Google search and just put, how can I make my house less inviting to looters and burglars? And it'll give you loads and loads of tips. Or, you know, go into some forums, like prepping forums and stuff like that. And yeah, there's so much you can do. But don't be fearful. Don't be fearful, because that just get in your way. It'll get in your way. You know, you need to get rid of fear. Get rid of it. You know, look, when the shit does hit the fan, yeah, look, we're all going to be feeling that. We're all going to be feeling a little bit anxious. It's like, right, okay, it's game on. You know, this is what we've been preparing for. This is what we've been training for all our lives. So no fear, no fear. You'll be all right, Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga, I'm so sorry. Out of all the fucking people I could have called you, I had to call you that sick, twisted bitch. I got some good fold-out grills with legs that go over and open fire, pretty heavy duty. They're from Temu 2. I love them, Roll. Yeah, you know, honestly, the amount of stuff I've bought from Temu is just fucking brilliant. You know, I loved it. I love it. Alana got me involved. She's like, Terry, you need to try Temu. I'm like, all right, I'll give it a go. I'm like, next thing I know, I've had to remortgage the house and sell one of my dogs. But I've got some good stuff, some really good stuff. But that does sound nice, Dave. Very nice. I've got about 10 different stoves now. And I've got my trusty Kelly kettle. That's the perfect off. If you can afford to buy a Kelly kettle, if you can afford one, buy one, because you can cook and boil water at the same time. This is such an incredible invention. And the way that it's designed, it draws the air up so quickly through the center of it, that it's just so super efficient. But you've got to make sure you've got everything you need, all the wood that you need, all ready to go, you know. And I have done a video where I've demonstrated that you can use a Kelly kettle in your home. If you're on a 20-story high flat, you can still use a Kelly kettle that takes proper wood. You'll be burning wood in a flat. You know, just make sure you do it next to your sink. If it all goes tits up, which it won't, make sure you take the bung out, the plug out of the Kelly kettle. Otherwise, yeah, it's just going to start screaming its head off because it's got a whistle on it. It starts screaming its head off, and you can't get to it because of this. Anyway, Kelly kettle. If you can afford one, get one. I was looking at Japanese tin openers, which is on my list for Temu next time I order. I will look for that style as well, Terry, to add to the list to make the £15 up. Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of like, you know, it is a £15 minimum spend to get free delivery. But if they're late, you get a £4 credit. So the speed at which, but then they have got warehouses over here now as well to make it a little bit more efficient. But if they're late, they'll give you £4. And there are certain things that you can, you know, it's like, this is crap, shit, don't work, right? Oh, I'll tell you what, keep it and here's a full refund. But according to Jordan, they're cutting back on that now because I think everyone started doing it. You know, even I started to do it a little bit, you know. Jordan was a very, very, Jordan's been a very bad influence on my life. So thank you, Jordan. Thank you, you know. But I have got some free shit like that because I couldn't get to work. It's like, oh, you can't get to work? Oh no, we're so sorry. You'll keep it. You'll keep it. We'll give you a refund. If there's any Chinese people watching, hey, no offense. Well, that's how you sound to me. Well, Temu torches are another great thing. I have a couple of smallish solar panels for the rechargeable ones, but also have a bunch of battery ones. Yeah, it's good to have a bit of a mixture. It is. It really is, you know, because rechargeable ones, they'll only recharge and discharge so many times before you start getting very, very little. You get less light out of each charge over time. The bulbs in these things will last for pretty much forever, but it's the power system behind them that starts to fade. Whereas battery powered ones, but then it's then you're running out of batteries. And then if you've got rechargeable batteries, you end up with the same problem because you recharge and discharge, you recharge and discharge. You can get some that wind up, but I mean, they're so noisy, they're not very discreet, you know. One of the best head torches you can buy, again, if you've got the money. Hold on, it's worth it. It's worth it. Oh, I get the opportunity to do this. I'm worth it. Never thought I'd ever get the chance to do that. Sorry, darling, I just stood on my fucking dog. Oh man, where is it? Right, so this is a cheap one. I'm sorry, darling. I don't mean to kick you. There it is. So there's the one with the 3 different strips on them, and then you've got an actual spot torch on the head. They're rechargeable. I've got loads of them now. And then you've got these ones here, and they're quite powerful, very, very, very powerful. But if you press that one there, it's got a motion sensor. Hold on. Hold on. Right. So you don't have to be faffing around trying to find the button. Yeah. but that can also be a bit of a nuisance. But this is a relatively cheap one, but very, very, very powerful and holds a charge for quite a long time. However, anyone that knows anything about head torches will have heard of Petzl. So it's not the cheapest of head torches, but they're designed to last, you know. And it's got 1, 2, 3 settings. Very, very bright on the highest setting, right? But if you press and hold it, you've got a permanent red. Again, if you want to be discreet and be able to do stuff without, you know, giving yourself away, then, you know, but then I've got a spare one of these. Now, each one of these will last for about 5 years with regular use because they're designed that way. And just there, look, you just recharge. You can recharge it. You just recharge it because you can't recharge it whilst it's actually in the unit. A good friend of mine told me about this because he had one, and this is the only one I take out with me, unless I've put it down somewhere and I've forgotten where I've put it. But then I've got a backup for 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 a backup times infinity. Just go up, please. Just go up. Fuck me. Right, where was I? Just bunch of battery ones, yeah. What's people's best buy from Temu then? Oh man, that's a tough one. That is, Ruth. Fuck me. That's a really tough one. That's like saying, Terry, what's your favourite song of all time? I won't be able to tell you because there's so many. Yeah, I think these solar panels are definitely up there because of the application, because of what they can do, because of the fact that no matter if you know, even if you've got a non-prolonged blackout or power cuts, because these power cuts are coming, you know, they're coming, right? And they're all orchestrated, they're all unnecessary, and they're all orchestrated. It's all about power, it's all about control, right? So, but even on a dull day, these solar panels, obviously the bigger the more powerful the solar panel, the more light it's going to draw in. So on, you know, we've had something like a month and a half of just pure overcast and dodgy rain. Not normal, right? So that's why I spent nearly all day out and about today, because we had some sunshine. I'm like, looking at people around the street going, what's that shining thing up there? But if you get a half decent solar panel that's got a half decent amount of draw, right? Even on a dull day, it's still going to take on a charge. It'll still charge your shit up. And for what they cost, you know? So probably the solar. I don't know, Ruth, but I'm just picking one out. But I would say these solar panels, they're right up there. They really are. But you can get a cast iron pan set, a half decent one, very similar to mine, for £15 delivered. I've got absolutely no idea how they're making a profit out of these things. None. Probably my cast iron pot. Yeah. I have been looking at things like that. Cast iron, cast iron, cast iron. It will last you forever. Forever. But the cheaper the cheaper the cast iron pans that you buy, the rougher they are inside. So you'll need to get some. You could do with getting a powered sander in there to get it down so it's really, really fine, really, really smooth. And then just rub sunflower oil into it, or any grain seed, anything that's inedible. Don't eat it. Don't cook your eggs in it. Don't fry your eggs in it. Just use it for oiling your bike chain and seasoning pans. That's all it's good for. So yeah, sand it right down, get it really, really, really fine, and then season it, stick it in your oven for maybe an hour, something like that, on a quite high temperature, and that's it. Your eggs will just slide out of the pan onto your plate. Pans that will last you forever and don't have a non-stick coating on there that is carcinogenic like Teflon. And they'll last you for years. You can pass them down from generation to generation. And it's not just pans. You can buy crock pots, Dutch ovens. You can even buy potato ones, where you basically just you open it up, put a potato in there, close it, and then put it on your wood burning stove or in a fire, and it will protect the potato and cook it. Cast iron. I'm such a fan of cast iron. Highly recommend them. There are torches on Temu. Look like 4 torches strapped together. The cob light on the side will do reasonable light for 8 hours. Do you know what? I've never tested mine out, but I did give a few of them out away for Christmas presents to the blokes in the family, because they're so practical. But I've not timed them. So that's interesting. Nice one, mate. I couldn't believe it when it came. When I looked it up, it was what Debenhams sold, but at over 3 times the price. Yeah, it does. That's what I mean. They're all kind of making mega markups, and a lot of these places that sell these things have bought them from China in the first place. Again, they don't give a fuck about you. It's all about the shareholders. They're their main priority, is keeping the shareholders happy. So if that means cutting corners and getting stuff cheap, getting cheaper stuff in, then they will, just to broaden that that profit margin. Charge all my smaller devices on my little panels, torches, lighters, power banks, fan, even soldering iron. Yeah, I've got a rechargeable soldering iron in the cupboard from Temu, and I have tried it out, and it works. It's very good. A rechargeable one, Let's go for a top up. Yeah, I think the convenience of rechargeable stuff is, right up there. It's very, 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 very convenient. And but not very convenient if you've not got the means to charge them up, So a couple of just getting a couple of half decent solar panels in. If you go past 20 watts, if you exceed 20 watts of solar and there's not a built-in resistor, you can end up frying your equipment. So any solar panels, this is just my opinion, any solar panels that are over 20 watts, I would probably invest in a solar controller. And you can get solar controllers from Temu as well, and they're about £7 delivered. And a lot of them, they come with USB sockets in the top as well. So you'll have one for your solar panels to go in, and then another one coming out that you don't necessarily need, right? It's just controlling the amount of power that's being used to recharge your. There are some mathematics to be taken into account here, but with these 20 watt ones and smaller, I won't go for lower than 20 watts. 20 watts and smaller, you can't go wrong. You don't need to complicate it then. But I've got 1,000 watts of solar panels upstairs, all boxed up, still in the boxes. And I've got a decent inverter, really, really decent solar controller for setting all of that up, ready to go, you know. Again, it's nice if you can put yourself in a position where they go, well, cut your electric off. Okay. Right, well, we'll cut your fucking gas off. Go on then. Right, we're going to cut your water off as well, you bastard. Okay. You know, I've worked tirelessly to try and put myself into a position where I can say, go fuck yourself. It's not going to be easy, you know. I'm not saying that any of this is going to be an absolute doddle. It's not, because it's a transformation from what we've always known since we were born to something completely different. But then again, I was brought up in a house with no central heating and no toilet, you know, no bathroom, no bath. We had a tin bath that used to hang on the kitchen outside on the kitchen wall. We had a bucket in the corner of the room to piss in during the winter. We had an outside toilet, no central heating, frost on the inside of the windows, no double glazing. So your body, you know, even 20, 30, 40, 50 years on, your body will adapt a lot easier if you've not had all of those creature comforts all your life. It will. Muscle memory and mind memory. Where are we? Charging my smaller devices, yeah. Looking to get a cast iron skillet later this year from them too. Yeah, just try and, obviously, look, always remember you get what you pay for, you know. So if you need to give it a good sanding down first, and then, you know, before you season it, I would recommend that. So if you've got a little electric sander or something like that, I mean, I've got a Bosch multi-tool in there. I bought loads of accessories for it so that I can do loads and loads of, I love things that have got loads more than one use, you know. And sanding them down is something I would recommend, because then you're going to end up with that non-stick, and then that non-stick just gets better and better and better with use. But you need to get it down to non-stick, because non-stick pans that you buy from the supermarkets and the shops and that, they're so fucking bad for you, so bad. And it's like, Frank, what? This non-stick pan's not stick. It's sticking. Chuck it away. No, because some of it's non-stick, but some of it's not. Well, the bits that aren't non-stick anymore, where your food's sticking to it, right? Those little bits of Teflon, right, that kept your non-stick pan non-stick, you've ingested that. And it's a known carcinogen. So cast iron, or copper, you know, copper pan sets. You won't go far on with them. And if you ever land upon your arse, revert back to your stainless steel ones and then sell the copper. Because I've just bought this. So I want to be able to utilise my stove in my front room as much as I possibly can. And I've got loads of things for it. Prepping and that multi-fuel stove has brought out my feminine side, because I've accessorized. So that's a coffee maker, right? It's a very, very old design that just works. It's very strange how it works. And I've got loads and loads and loads of fresh coffee, and I've got loads and loads and loads of beans that need to be ground down, right? So that's my coffee. That's made from stainless steel, so that'll last me forever. But I saw this on eBay, and I have been buying copper, as a lot of you guys know, because copper is just going to go up and up and up and up and up and up, right? They can't get it out of the ground quick enough. So I have got a few kettles that can be used, non-electric kettles. I have got about 4, I think, 5, including the one that's just decorative because it's unusable. It's got sand in it, which helps. It takes up the heat into the sand, and the cast iron kettle, it takes up all the heat, and that makes the stove about 10-15% more efficient, because you've got an extra thing that's heated up on top of it. But I saw this, and everyone knows that I have been buying copper because I know where it's going. So I thought, that would look really, really nice on my stove, and it's just big enough for me. And if I land on my arse and I need to sell it, it will sell. Even if it's just for scrap. It's quite dainty. It's not very big, right? But that is about 85% pure copper. The only things that aren't copper is this little surround here, look. That's brass. And these handles are brass. I think that might be brass. And the rest is just pure copper. How beautiful is that? I don't know where I was going with that. I do apologise. Have a couple of recharge torches of Temu which show you digitally how much they are charged with, which are excellent. We had to go on the train last week, so took things to charge up. Yeah, good on you. Yeah, take advantage of it. The amount they charge you on public transport these days, get your money's worth. In a you or them scenario, never feel bad about choosing you. No, again, I don't want to bore people by saying the same thing over and over and over again. But when I said the most important human in the world, right, is you. Not your kids, not your family, not your parents, you. Because as long as you are strong, your kids will be safe by default. Seen those Kelly capsules there. They're brilliant, mate. You can get through this. I think there's 3 different sizes. I went for the big one. I do wish I'd gone for a slightly smaller one, for camping and stuff, but it is what it is. I've got it now and I'm familiar with it. I've used it and I demonstrated it indoors just to show that you can use it indoors. So if you live upon, as long as you can manage to get hold of some, wood and stuff like that, make sure it's all dry, make sure you've got everything all lined up. If you do it right, there's very little smoke, very little. They're so efficient, it's unbelievable. And they were designed in Ireland, I think, for Irish fishermen. But it's like Irish fishermen on a wooden boat. But I think it was when they went, sea fishing and something like that. But yeah, invented in Ireland. Incredible invention. I think they're absolutely brilliant. But yeah, I've got the biggest one. Bruce, my best buy on Temu was a sign for a COU I put in my garden that says trespassers will be composted. I love that. My signage is a bit more hardcore, so that people will pretty much know that their implied right of access has already been gone before they even set off to my address. I have a couple of the old army type hexamine type stoves for emergency. They are compact and very small. Yeah, I think, if you can afford it, vary your stuff, just so that you can. And I've got lots of different types of fuel as well. It's good to make sure that you've got. And if you can afford it, again, your number one is food, long-term, shelf-stable food, and water, especially water. Well, the chances of them cutting you off with water anytime soon is very, very slim, very, very slim, especially in England or the UK in general. But yeah, you can control the food, you control the people, and I'm not going to be controlled. I'll never be controlled. This I was born free, I'll die free. It's as simple as that. Yeah. I have a couple of the old. Oh yeah, right. Okay, I'm catching up. I have fallen way behind though. I have. Head torch. The head torch is voodoo. That's a comment that I've never ever seen before, and probably won't ever see it again. I love shit like that. I do like my firsts, Not sure if my best human pie had too much. Yeah, same here, Jordan. It's tough. It's hard, and free makes it better again. It does. You don't get better than free. Most used is one of my torches. Yeah, again, I don't use these solar panels down here because I don't need to use them. But I do use a head torch. I take the girls out at night, and yeah, this head torch is very good. But that's my Petzl one. But when I can't lay my hands on the Petzl one, I'll reach for the other one, and that can see for God. You can see coming in because you get loads of people down there. It's pitch black. No lighting, apart from a little bit from where the railway lines and that. But other than that, it's pitch black. And you get a lot of people taking dogs out, all wearing black, fucking dog's black, no torch, no lit up collar on the dog, nothing. So if it wasn't for me taking one of these head torches, especially the cheaper ones, the rechargeable cheaper ones, this one, it lights up for like 400-500 foot, so I can see the lights. I can see if there's someone coming, and I can see the light of the dog's eyes as well. So it gives me a chance to get these two on the lead, because otherwise they'll just chew the fucking dog up. They don't like dogs. They don't like other dogs. So it just pissed me off when people take their dogs out for a walk without any illumination whatsoever. On top of the fact that they've started to put the foundations in now for the bridge to come over from the cockroach barracks over onto where I take the girls out for a walk at night. So during the summer, they're going to be hanging around there, in groups, trying to catch swans to eat them. So I'm going to have to take extra precautions when I go out, because I'll never stop going out. No fear. They don't fucking belong here. They don't belong here. They need to be made to feel very, very unwelcome.
just remembered, got 100 watt panel in the shed, unopened. Wanted to sort my setup out before unboxing. It is one Temu. Need new battery though. Yeah, you'll get one, mate. You'll get one. Again, if you buy a second-hand decent battery, a good leisure battery, for second-hand, you know, even if they show you a photo of it being on full charge, you know, like 14 volts, not 14 volts, you know what I mean, like fully dog's bollocks what you need, and then they just discharge really, really quickly, because it was probably from an old caravan. They bought a new leisure battery for the caravan. They're flogging this one because it'll still work a little bit. So you are better off buying brand new. If you're going to build up a battery bank to go with your solar system, those batteries ideally need to be all the same brand and all bought at the same time, ideally. And you do need try and get a full sine wave solar controller, and then a full sine wave fucking hell. It'll come to me. I did say it earlier on. Inverter. Don't skimp on the inverter. You've got it's tight to do anything. You've got to be, Cole. You know, I'm hoping that from what you've listened to and what you've read in the comments and all of that, and maybe if you've looked at a few of my videos and stuff, you'll understand why we're doing what we're doing. You know, it's about trying to keep ahead of the madness. So when everything just goes to shit, we've got a buffer zone there that will keep us calm, so we can calmly focus on, right, let's keep an eye on things, and then we'll know where things are going, and, you know, plan ahead then. Planning ahead when you get caught out like that, which is the vast majority of the society, getting caught out like that, they go into panic mode. When they go into panic mode, everyone becomes, not everyone, but a lot of people become very, very irrational and unpredictable. When you don't need that around you, you know, you hunker down and observe and defend your home. That's it. Again, anyone comes to your house, get in there first. Have you got any food? Have you got any food for me? You know, play the victim. A victim grey man. And if you've told any members of your family or any of your friends that you think, I think they might end up coming back round here, you know, and wanting me to feed them, find the right opportunity and just go, I gave up on that prepping shit. I think it was a waste of time. And it was taking up so much space. So I've just not bought any shopping for 2 months and ate my way through it, you know. I've got fuck all now. What will be, will be. Come out with something like that. So even though it's a lie, and I don't appreciate lies, this is about survival and making sure that you keep yourself above, head, shoulders above everything. So if you have to tell a little white lie here and there, then so be it. You're not just preppers, you're survivalists. And there is a difference. We had our electric off for nearly cut off for nearly a year when my dad first left the army. It's what got me into survival and bushcraft as a kid. Lol. A year? Fuck me. Where were you? In the middle of nowhere? That's impressive. Again, I want a blackout, so it'll just put me into gear. You know, I can go around and make sure that everything. Again, I do know everything works, and I do recharge all of my lighting and stuff like that, and make sure my solar generator is always fully charged. I need to drain my petrol generator, drain it of all petrol, because it starts to gellify, and then that can choke up your generator, your petrol generator. But now I could also do with buying or making a box that's completely soundproof, and then buy an extension for the exhaust, bore a hole through my kitchen wall, or maybe even this wall here, and have an extension that comes off the exhaust pipe and then outside, so I'll have power inside the house with petrol and a solar generator. And that solar generator will keep a fridge freezer and a desktop freezer, you know, like that. We'll keep it going indefinitely as long as I've got the solar set up, you know, the actual solar panels. I bought loads and loads of extra cable so that I can get it all the way down the garden, because I've got a north-facing garden, but I'm very fortunate that it's a very long garden. So the fact that it's a north-facing garden doesn't really matter, because it still gets the sun sort of like halfway to 2/3 of the way down the garden, you know, when we get sun. Again, surely people are looking at Miliband and thinking, hold on a minute. This is the first sunny day we've had in a month and a half. Why are you using all this arable land for solar farms if we don't get any sun? Oh. Hopefully there's a few more people that are just putting 2 and 2 together out there, you know, that have been fucking sleepwalking for the last 5 years. Used to go hunting to help put food in the pot was an adventure log. Yeah, there's a big rabbit population down there. They're all healthy, you know, none of them have got that fucked up disfigurement. But even if they had, I'd just cook it for longer. I've forgotten. Is it Max? Let's see. Well, I can't remember what it's called now. But it's quite a common disease with rabbits, but they're all very, very healthy over there. Really healthy, and there's loads of them. The only competition I've got with those rabbits are the foxes. That's it. And the girls aren't quick enough to catch them. But I've got enough stuff to be stealthy enough. Again, a night vision scope. Yeah. At night. I don't want to be walking around with a rifle during the day if the shit's at the fan, you know? Just standing on your own, no good. Sick, not it. Yeah, I agree, Carl. I think I know what you mean, mate. Oh, that jumped quite away. Fucking hell. Right. Not seeing Hugh tonight. I hope he's okay. Yeah, I hope he's okay as well. But I think it was the fact that I was slagging Tommy Robinson off, and rightly so, right? And slagging maybe Reform off as well. You know, he needs to, if he doesn't come back, and you know, I'm hoping again, plant those seeds, keep planting those seeds, even if you don't think people are listening. It's all going in. It's all going in, and everyone needs to know the truth about these people. You know. Hard times, Dave, but getting through hard times makes us a better person, sets you on a prepping path. There's this beautiful saying, right? And it's just so apt. I'm sorry, I really don't like fucking around with my phone. Now, most of you will have heard this, right? Because it's just so true. Everything is cyclical, everything, right? And this is what's happening now. But this ties in with that comment. Hard times create strong men, and that is true. The more shit you go through life, unless you let it dissolve you, and even worse, you know, as long as you can get through it, survive it intact, you just become stronger and stronger and stronger, right? So I'll read it all out because I don't want to keep breaking it up. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. Hard times create good men, strong men. Cyclical. It goes on and on and on and on and on. That one saying. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. And it's so true. I didn't pay my water bill for years. Eventually, they cut the bill in half to 1,500, then dropped it to 300. Once I paid that off, I got a free mattress off them. A mattress from the water company on a scheme they ran. You know, for the fact that they halved it from £3,000 down to £1,500, then dropped it down to 300 quid. That speaks volumes. That should make everyone realise that they don't have to pay their water bill. They can't cut you off. When I was talking about, well, cut your water off, you know, I was just being satirical, you know. I was just having a crack. They can't cut you off. They can't cut your water off. It's illegal. And the fact that all of these utility companies are all double dipping as well. So they get paid from your straw man, and then they get paid from you, from your sweat, from your labour. So they get paid twice. And British Gas have just released their last profit statement, and it's beaten all previous records. Pure profit. It's beaten all previous records. Yet you don't see our bills going down, do you? Not going down, are they? They're just going up and up and up and up. It's all about the shareholders. You know? Bastards. The mattress was a lovely Silent Night one. Now they're quite expensive. I used to work in a place that was part of the process of creating mattresses, bought dog's bollocks, you know, world renowned. And yeah, we had sheikhs from Saudi Arabia and royalty, and like proper expensive pocket sprung mattresses, really, really pricey. The missus takes care of the bills now, lol. My memory lets me down now. and she worries about things like that. Oh, just as long as you're just there for each other, Dave, you've got, more now than ever, takes fucking auto corrupt law. Don't worry about it, Dave. We can still read what you're saying, mate. Don't worry. Nobody worry about spelling mistakes and stuff like that. Don't worry about anything like that. We can read between the lines. We know what you're saying. Nice, Dave. May try to do that with my water. Oh, gone too far. Water bill. I think it's about $4,000. Fucking hell. You see what they're charging us for water is criminal in and of itself. I'm glad I'm not on a water meter. I won't have any meters apart from the gas and electric. That's it. I'm certainly not. I'll never have a smart meter ever. And if you've got one, you can have it taken out. If you fell for it, you can have it removed. A bit more difficult if you're renting because you've got to try and. It depends on what your relationship's like with your landlord or your landlady. Most do some kind of scheme to reduce debts, and they're going to get some kind of write-off from the government. Yeah, maybe. You should definitely get a reduction if you're on benefits, mate. Yeah, I wonder how that works. My water rates are fucking extortionate, mate. I'm so expensive, but then so is the electric and the gas. But if I didn't have these, if I wasn't already spinning the plates with my alleged parking fines, my alleged speeding, my alleged non-payment of road tax when the van was on the driveway, right? I'm getting all these letters coming through, and I want them to come to my fucking door because I'm ready for them. I know what I'm doing, and I'll record all of it to hopefully give someone out there a little bit of courage, to face these people because they're nobodies. They're nobodies, Yeah, on benefits. Thanks, Dave. They take some straight out of your payment before we get it. Right, that's another thing that's very, very important, right? If you don't do online banking, which is like most of us do online banking, most people through their phone, again, it's only a matter of maybe a week, 10 days before I've swapped over completely onto my 3210, right? So going right back to 2G. So just texts and calls, that's it. I've set X up on the laptop. I'll have both accounts for YouTube set up on the laptop, no longer on my phone. Let me just see what I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah. So a lot of people will have direct debits, right? So if British Gas all of a sudden go, actually, you're using a bit more now than you were, we're going to knock it up to this amount. And then that's it. They just take that amount out of your account. Your Wi-Fi provider suddenly goes up by 20 quid. Your phone, anything that's contracted, anything you've got a contract with, which includes your gas and your electric, sort of. You've not actually got a contract with them. You could stop paying them. You could. But it's whether or not you're prepared to add any extra stress or pressure onto 2026, right? So go into your bank or go into your online banking and make sure if you want to carry on paying your bills, but you want to be in control of it, make sure you've got all the reference numbers and everything and all of the statements, paper statements and stuff laid out in front of you, right? All of your direct debits, cancel, 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 right? And then reset them up as standing orders, because that way you have control over your bills, not them. And I'm in the process of doing that now and changing banks. I've been with NatWest since I was about 16. Now they've moved, there isn't a NatWest in Long Eaton anymore. So I can't go in and like speak to somebody. It's like, hello, hello, Mr. Ryland, yes, yeah, speaking. Right, I know that you're calling about your account, your bank account. Yeah. Well, I could do this and run and do them about it. Have you got anyone that's fucking English? Is anyone that speaks English? You need a branch to go into and speak to somebody. So now that NatWest has fucked off, because they want to try and get rid of as many banks as possible to bring everything into a CBDC system. But there's a Nationwide in Long Eaton, and I am transferring all of, and you go in there, they do it all for you. They do everything for you. You just swap everything over. So I'm leaving NatWest and joining Nationwide. You know, and making everything into a standing order. So I've got control over what goes out. They don't just turn around and go, we're taking this amount now. What? Take control in every single possible way that you can. Mixed mitosis, yeah. Hey up, Johnny. Oh, mate, thanks for putting that in there. Yeah, this disease that's quite common in rabbits is myxomatosis, but you can tell, you can see it, you know. But again, I've done enough research to know that I think it would be easier to kill a rabbit with myxomatosis. It would be easier for me because I'd be putting it out of its misery, and then I would just cook the living daylights out of it to make sure that everything, any bad that's in there is gone. You know, you can take roadkill that's been there for a week in the summer, stinks to high heaven. You can smell it from 100 feet away. You go down there and it's like just maggots everywhere. You can take that roadkill back in that condition, stinking to high heaven, skin it, get all the maggots out, clean it, boil it for 50 minutes, and that's good to go. It's all about the cooking. It's all about the heat. Hello, Hugh. Oh, mate, I'm glad that you've come back. It's good to see you, brother. Much appreciated, man. And yeah, welcome back. Right, I need to just put this back into the chat again. I'm going to do it periodically, just so that as people sort of like come in, everyone knows that if they want to continue to listen to the live streams, then it's going to be through a different channel. Right, it should have come up. So if anyone that's just joined us and you want to join us on the next live stream, that's my backup channel that was set up. I think it was either before or after I set this up, but quite a while back. It's just been redundant for quite some time. But because I've had a strike on this channel, a big strike, I've not been put on the naughty step. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do this live stream. So rather than lose this channel, because of the things that we talk about and the fact that I'm very, very pro free speech, it'll be a shame to risk the Rose Hippie Guy channel. So that channel that I've just put in the chat is my backup channel. I'm going to change it from Bibbidi Babbidi to the Waffling Wizard, and then I'll be doing live streams from that from now on. So anyone that's just joined us, if you want to click on that link, just click on it and then subscribe to that channel, and I'll put a notification out from this channel and a notification out from that channel that there's going to be a live stream. I hope that makes sense. Just came across you. Hope you're well and all your chat as usual. Listen in background as I'm still a bit sore. Oh, mate, you'll be all right and get well soon. Get well soon, brother. You'll be all right. You will be all right. Yeah, I've been following the Food Files lady. I've forgotten what her name is now. Is it? I can't remember now. Kelly, is it? I can't remember her now. I'm shit with names. It's not a disrespectful thing. It's not that, you know, nobody matters. It's nothing to do with that. I've got name blindness, and it's a bastard. I've had it for years. I've had it all my life. And yeah, she's on day 2 after going in to have an operation, having surgery. She had breast cancer. And I've been watching her little journey. It brought back a lot of memories and a lot of feelings, you know. And she's so upbeat. She's so lovely. She's just so lovely, you know. So the Food Files, yeah, you know, if you get a chance, go over there and show her some love, you know. But I'm just glad that the operation went all right. And she's listening to a lot of her subscribers. You know, if they turn around to you and say, you need chemo, maybe consider this. Maybe consider that. Maybe consider that. You know, she's listening. Get them told, nothing ventured, nothing gained, mate. Yeah, absolutely spot on. I love that. Bugs are on the menu these days. Plenty of cockroaches around. Far too many cockroaches around, Jordan, for my liking. And I don't want them to get their feet under the table, if you know what I mean. Where are we? Here he is. Yeah, I know, Dave. Yeah, here he is. Hope things are as good as they can be, mate. Is it the same Hugh? Hugh, did you join us on the last live stream, or is this a new Hugh? Just feel tired. Oh, mate, you'll be all right. Just rest up, just chill out, and hopefully, you know, just listen to me waffle away, and yeah, just relax, brother. You're going to be all right. Kick back and try and relax, Hugh. Let the world look out for itself, buddy. That's great advice. Great advice. You are on a water meter. We are on a water meter, £30 a month, but we use rainwater a lot for downstairs toilet. Brilliant. Oh, I love that. I love that, Ruth. It's such a shame that you're on a water meter, though. We shouldn't be metered for water. We shouldn't. But if you're paying £30 a month, you're paying about half of what I'm paying. Half. It's fucking criminal. So yeah, anyone that wants to continue to listen to live streams and you're not subscribed already, and I never ever say, if you're not subscribed already, please make sure you subscribe and hit the like button. You know me, 5 years, I've never ever said that. This is different. This is asking you to go over to my other channel so that we can make sure that this channel is preserved. You know, we can carry on saying whatever the fuck we want, you know, and not risk them wiping this out and everything that we've built and all of that content that I've not backed up, you know. That would be a crying shame. It would. It really would. National Association of Dyslexics. I like that. Bus driving ninja. A bus driving ninja. Hey, Michael. Hey, bus driving ninja. We've got an ex-bus driver here. He knocked it on the head. But yeah, I mean, bus drivers, you know, fuck me. That's a big chunk of a machine to be driving around a city centre. I don't know if it's my cup of tea or not. Having said that, I have towed a very, very large caravan through the city centre of York because the twat nav fucked up on me when I wanted to go around it. You know, I ended up going through the middle of York. You know, the second time I'd ever towed a caravan, you got a fucking house hanging off the back of your car. I was mounting pavements and all sorts. I'm amazed I didn't get nicked. Hold on. Yeah, I'm looking forward to me pipe coming, you know. It's a lovely little pipe, but I'm going to try not to make it as painful as Richard Vobes, you know. I've not even been given any notifications for his channel. I don't know if I maybe unsubscribed because it was just surplus to. I think I'd outgrown. There's loads of channels that I've outgrown. I think you can all probably relate to that, you know. We outgrow channels, you know, and then we need more sustenance, more, you know, meat on the bone, you know. I think that makes sense. But when he picks his pipe up, and he's just constantly fucking about with it, I'm just hoping that that's not going to be like that with me. I want to be as efficient with it as possible, so I can just go. And the following day, I fell down the stairs. National Association of Dyslexics. I do like that. I like that. Yeah. With smartphones, phone signal is crap most of the time. What if they are sending our energy not as a signal? There's a lot of theories there, Jordan, you know, a hell of a lot. Again, this is one of the reasons why I want to get rid of my smartphone. I want to get rid of it, go back to a 3210. I used to repair them. I know them inside and out. They were designed to last forever. You know, they don't track you, they don't trace you. There's none of this. None. It's just very, very basic. Texts and calls. You know, we got along just fine without even texts and calls. You know, most of us are in an age group that was pre-mobile phone. You know, there's a lot of us that are aware of line sharing, where it's like, Frank, what? I'm going to give our Alice a quick call. All right, then. All right. Say hello from me. Right. And you find out that your neighbour's on the line because you're line sharing. You're all sharing the cost. It's like, oh, let me know when give me a knock on the wall when you've finished. I need to phone our Alice. All right, bye. Sorry for interrupting. Frank, what? They were talking about porn. Ooh. We're from that era. We didn't need any of this shit. You know, it's all been labelled as convenient, when in actual fact, it's very inconvenient. You know, it's just added in loads of extra layers of stress and control. That's all it's done. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to going back to my old Nokia 3210. I've got a spare battery for it. I've got loads of spare like charger cables for it. I've got adapters because this is the size of the SD cards now. So I've sent off. I sent off and I have now adapters. You know, because they 3210s take the original full size Sims. You know. Yeah, it's good to have you here, Hugh. It is. We were just saying before you arrived. We were just saying. I wonder if Hugh's all right. I wonder if Hugh's going to join us. And then there you were. You know, it was lovely. If that's the same Hugh. What's with the wig and the U2 glasses? Right. So, I have gone through this earlier on, but again, I know that people have just joined us. So the link there to my other backup channel, I'm pretty sure it was Michael, fairly sure it was Michael, called me a waffling wizard, right? Because I've got it was a bit longer, you know, but when this is not tied up, it was a lot bigger. It was from here as well, but I've like sort of cut it down a little bit, you know. So I've got quite a beard and I do waffle, you know. Some of it's interesting waffle, some of it might not be, some of it's funny waffle, some of it's not. So I'm going to call the new channel the Waffling Wizard for the live streams, right? Now, this ties in with a little bit like the wizard look, right? But not too much because I don't want it to be gimmicky. But I also think that 2026 is going to be such a batshit fucking bonkers year that's going to put any previous crazy years into the shadows, bar none, right? So wearing a wig that makes me look a little bit ridiculous sort of takes the edge off the seriousness of some of the stuff we'll be talking about. I hope that makes sense. As for the glasses, right? Yeah, when I first put them on for a live stream and noticed that I did look a little bit like Bono, and Bono is a cunt and a weth puppet. But they are clip-on blue light blockers, so it blocks blue light that you get from LED screens. I recommend everyone buy them. Everyone, they're about £3 or £4 delivered. You know, because it's the blue light that you normally get blue light in. If I was to get technical, you get blue light in the morning, and then you get more red light in an evening, right? So you're tricking your eyes when you're doing a bit of doom scrolling at night on your phone before you get trying to settle down to sleep. That blue light is tricking your brain into thinking that it's morning, so it can take you a lot longer to go to sleep. Whereas if you've got blue light blockers on, you haven't got that. You're not tricking your brain. And I had a conversation with the fucking postman earlier on. And I was just talking, because it was a sunny day. First sunny day we've had for God knows how long, right? And I said to him, I said, look, you know, if you don't wear sunglasses, right, you won't burn. If you wear sunglasses, right, in blazing hot, pure, undiluted sunshine, you know, you can burn, you know, and some people blister, right? Really bad, especially if you're a ginger, right? But that's because those sunglasses are tricking the brain through your eyes, tricking the brain into thinking that everything is low light. You take those sunglasses off, you're telling the amount of light that's going into your eyes is telling your brain that it's very, very sunny. your brain's also picking up from loads and loads of other receptors in your body that it's quite hot, right? So your brain will start to produce little bits of sweat so that the wind chill on that sweat will help you to keep cool. And it will also send extra pigment or activate extra pigment in your skin to protect your skin from the sun to some degree, quite a large degree. Because whilst you've got sunglasses on, your brain's thinking it's quite shady. It's all right. If we were meant to have sunglasses, we would have been born with them. So yeah, anyway, right around the houses to tell you what these glasses were for. They're just blue light blockers, that's all. And I recommend everyone gets some. They're very, very cheap. It's just that if you bought prescription glasses and asked for blue light blockers, it's an extra 40 quid or something, 50 quid. Ridiculous, you know? Whereas these are like 4 quid delivered. I've got a few pairs. They don't need to be yellow tinted. You can get them like just clear and stuff like that. I've got a pair of clear ones as well. Where are we? And email is, yeah, that's my email. If anyone ever wants to get in touch with me, if you're ever feeling alone, if you're ever feeling down, if you're ever feeling like you're being crushed, just reach out to me. I mean, there's not a great deal I can do, but part of the original reason of setting this channel up is because I could see everything that was happening and how fake it was and how fraudulent it was and how sick and twisted it all was. And then, losing Sal and that the gradual sort of like deterioration in her health, and I felt so alone. So setting the channel up, it made a lot of people feel less alone, like-minded people, especially preppers, So email me if you need to. I might not be able to get back to you straight away because sometimes I get a lot of emails and then I get a lot of calls, I get a lot of texts, I get a lot of but don't let that. I don't want to talk you out of it. I'm just saying it might take me a little while to get to you, but I will get to you. And hopefully lift you up a little bit. So thanks for putting that up for us, Michael. Ruthie. Fun fact: did you know the first people to do money transfers were the Knights Templars when they went abroad and sold items before going abroad? They had a little ticket they could hand in abroad. I didn't know that. And did you know that Friday the 13th was based on the Knights Templars activities? Look it up, look into it. So it's quite funny that we've just gone past because Friday the 13th, they're not, sometimes you get a couple of them in a year, but they're not very frequent, are they? So of all of the things that Ruth could have put there the day after Friday the 13th, is that right? No, 2 days. Oh no, we've just moved into midnight, or moving in towards midnight. So it still will be day before yesterday. Is that right? No, yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. It's yesterday for another 6 minutes. The Knights Templars, because they were worshipping an effigy that had a bull's head, right? But it also had a cock and a fanny and tits. So a bit dark. There's a lot about the Knights Templars that a lot of people don't realise or understand or know. Well, that's the origins of Friday the 13th. So when the church found out about it, You know, they were rounded up one by one, and yeah, tortured. You know, by the church, the loving church. Oh. So I've gone and turned our Ruthie's fun fact into a sad, dark one. I do apologise, Ruth. I'm a fucker for that. Whoa. Right. DNA strands for deoxybr. Fuck me. You got me there, mate. You got me there with a big word, Jordan. Trying to intellectually hijack me. Much love, brother. Butterfly, yeah. Been around for a long time. All will be good, Cole. We're on the right side of history, and that is so important. You know, I just wish our police force were, but they're not. All they're doing now is following the orders, and that's just not acceptable. If we weren't paying for them, then who would give a fuck? But I'd still give a fuck, because they're still pushing laws and you know, curtailing people's freedom of speech, left, right, and centre. And I'm having none of that. No one will ever tell me what I can and can't say, ever, ever. I was born with a mind, with a brain, and a larynx, and I will use them. I don't go around abusing, you know, just making people feel low, or I try and spread positivity everywhere I go. But I want to be able to speak openly about whatever I want to talk about, and no one will ever get in the way of that, ever. Well, they'll have a fart in their hands, you know. I just joined when you asked. Good on you, Hugh. So again, I will put notifications out from both channels, but that will be the channel that I'll be using for live streams from now on, just so that it doesn't get shut down, you know. There's some places in the US where it is illegal to collect rainwater on your own property. That's some crazy shit. Yeah, California's got those laws, and it's just ridiculous. But then there isn't a rain police, you know. They don't come around. They haven't got enough manpower to go around everyone's house going, "Are you collecting water, you fucking criminal?" You know, it's ridiculous. But if they did, you know, set up some sort of water police force, that would just be a step too far. I mean, even in our own hospitals, a £30,000 a year job, right? As a fire warden, you walk around the hospital to make sure there's no fires. That's what's happening to your taxpayers' money. When we've got smoke alarms and fire alarms everywhere that are tested regularly, and they've got an average of 3 in each hospital, so there's another 90 grand a year for a pointless job. And they're 99% of them, from what I can see, are not even born here, not even born in this country. Bus driving ninja, you've been in the chat before, because I remember your username. I'm glad you've come back. I'm glad you've come back, mate. I was naughty last week, smoked for a few days. My brother gave me a bag of Gorilla Glue. Was you glue sniffing? That's very old school, that is, mate. Fucking hell. Smart, silent military amendments for residential terrain. Yep, spot on, bus driving ninja. Absolutely spot on. Yet so many people don't understand that. And that the other meaning for smart also means pain. You know, it's like, oh, that's smarted. It's an old school word that no one uses anymore. You know, that's smart. Oh, that's smarts. So, you know, I've got to admit, I have really, really appreciated having all of this information in my hand. You know, the convenience of just like, In Black's law, what does mandatory mean? What's the definition of mandatory? That's an interesting one. But yeah, I do need to get to this 3210 because I'm sick and tired of being followed around. You know, I'm sick and tired of getting like bleep, bing, little, you know, fucking hell, alerts all the time. And then if I'm watching something that I'm really engaged in, but I need to watch it to understand what it is that they're talking about. So I've got visuals and, you know, the audible side of a video. Whilst I'm watching that and listening to that, I'm not getting loads of other stuff done. So getting that 3210 out and switching to that, it's gonna open up once I've gotten over the withdrawal symptoms, because they are more addictive than crack and heroin combined. But because there aren't any physical withdrawal symptoms, it's no one notices it. You know? But I'm looking forward to all the freedom that comes with getting my 3210 activated. For texts and calls, that's it. Now, you know, Sky Girl, going to have to find an easy recipe to cook the bud rather than smoke it. Had a sore throat for a couple of days. Low. Yeah, it's because you're not used to smoking, mate. I'm on it, Sky Girl. I'm on it. It might be as soon as this weekend, but then, you know, that might be the end of walk and talks and stuff like that, unless I can just use it to record a video without, you know, but then that will mean taking it out with me, taking this smartphone out with me and just being tracked everywhere I go, and, you know, everything I say and stuff. So maybe I could just do with buying a little camcorder or something like that, or a secondhand GoPro or something like that, you know, and just take that out with me. Lots to think about, but it is going, Sky Girl. It's on its way out. I don't have one. Never had one until 2020. A family member gave me a cast off, but didn't like it, so ditched and only use a Nokia for calls and texts. Exactly, that's what I'm aiming for. If I need to go online, then I use a laptop, and that's my plan as well. And that's what Lana does, you know, and a few others as well. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. These smartphones, you know, I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out. But the difference is we can, you know. A trap's only a trap if you can't get out of it. But again, it's trying to get yourself out of this instant information at your fingertips. But that could be a little bomb. Look at this. Look at what happened to those pages. You know, those pages that all went off. Right? Israel was behind that. Mossad was behind that. So there were like hundreds and hundreds of people that had like part of the hip blown off, or they had it in the front pocket, blew the cock off, blew hands off, blew faces off, you know? And you hear the talk of a 12-minute war, or is it a 12-second war? The 12-second war. What kind of war could be over in 12 seconds if everyone's like that? Scrolling. Bang. Even Netanyahu said, have anyone got a smartphone? Have you got a smartphone? Got a smartphone. You're holding a piece of Israel right there. How fucking sinister is that? There's another reason. When they stopped making them, so you can't take the back off and take the battery out, making them into sealed units for Samsung. I think it was the S6. The S6 was the start. I don't think it was me who originally used the name Waffling Wizard, but I do use the phrase quite a bit. I'd love to know who it was, because I wouldn't want to give the credit for that to someone else, because again, it was one of you guys. It was I don't like to call you subscribers, you know, you're like friends, you know, but it was one of you guys that renamed the channel from City Prepper UK to Rose Hippie Guy, because of the whole my enthusiasm for rose hips. So I would like to give, you know, recognition to whoever it was that gave me the name, the Waffling Wizard. It might have been Annie. I can't remember. Oh, fuck me. Sorry, Hugh, but when I hear that name, it conjures up the kids' program Trumpton. Pew, pew, Bonnie McGrew, Cuppet, Dibble, Grub. And there was a drum and bass, like a rave. There was a rave track. Oh my God, can you remember that? Let me see if I can find it, just so I can just play a little excerpt from it, because this is one of the reasons I ended up getting into rave music and getting off my tits every weekend. All because of Trumpton. Thank you, Trumpton. Let me get it right. Pew, pew, Barney McGrew, Cuthbert, Dibble, Grub, Rave. It's time for Trumpton.
Park runs, track tempos, assault sprints, backyard. Time for Trumpton.
I won't play it for long. Fucking great tune. Fucking love it. Love it. Oh, something just come up. If it's not going to shut everything down. But yeah, that's what, when I read that, I wasn't thinking of Trumpton. I was thinking of that track. Off me tits, you know. Oh, I loved it. It was such a great time. So thank you for that, Sky Girl. I've just put that. I've just saved it for watch later, so I can have a listen to it later and bring back some good memories, you know. So thank you, Sky Girl, for that unintentional reminder of a wonderful, wonderful past, you know. Yeah. So on Friday the 13th, I went down to the gym for an induction. And whilst I was driving there, I was driving very, very carefully, you know, because even it wasn't until later on that day that I learned about the origins of Friday the 13th and that it's got fuck all to do with bad luck, you know. And I'm not really like that anyway. You know, if I see some ladders, you know, I'll look up to make sure there's nothing that can drop on me. And rather than go around onto the road and get smashed up by a car or a truck, I'll go under the ladder, you know, but I'll just rush under there, you know, so I don't get like, you know, a bucket or a hammer or a grand piano land on my head. Oh. But where there's no sense, there's no pain. Type around Friday the 13th to get everyone in a negative vibe. It's just another date. Yeah, totally agree with you there, Sky Girl. Spot on. Silent weapons for quiet wars. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And that's why we need to keep on it, so we know what's what, or we know is we can maximize what is knowable, you know. I'm not offended. I like my name. It's an old-fashioned name. I know you mean well. I'm not quite sure. I must have missed that bit. But Hugh's a great name. Is it short for Hubert or no? No. But I do love old-fashioned names. And Hugh, if you hadn't have come into the live stream, Sky Girl wouldn't have put that, and then I wouldn't have played that track that brought back great memories. So you've just had a very, very indirect positive effect on me. So thank you. A mate of mine used a vaporizer for her bud. A vaporizer. That's interesting. Also, that's one reason I switched to CBD bud. I don't find it as bad on my throat. It's not as bad on your throat and it's not as bad on your mind, because I think THC can be a bit more. I think microdosing THC is probably a really, really good thing. Rastafarianism, for example, is a religion. It's an offshoot of sort of an offshoot of Christianity, where proper Rastafarians. So not every black person that's got dreadlocks is a Rasta, you know, and not every Rastafarian has dreadlocks. I've met a few. I worked with one, but they believe that weed, and they're vegetarian. They believe weed brings them closer to God. And I sort of understand that. I sort of get that, you know. You can solve so many... I don't know. I don't want to sound like a drug pushing hippie wizard. Oh, dear. Those vaporizers look the badges, nudges. But they're expensive, but probably worth the money. I think once you've got one there, you've got one forever, I think. I think that's how it works. I'll probably just make butter out of it, then cook it in a cake. If I remember, weed needs dairy fat to make it investable. It does. You have to use quite a bit as well, you know. It can be quite expensive. But if you can make your own brownies, mate. Those brownies, fuck me. Yeah, and sweets, chocolates as well. We had a Christmas dinner, and it was only me, Reese, and Sal that was in on it. No, actually, everyone knew. It was like, just have a bit. So even Sally's very, very respectable mum and dad. I don't think her dad had any, but her mum tried a little bit. And there was so much fucking giggling on going on around this table. You know, it was so funny because it was only in small doses, you know, unless you like. Ooh, you know, man. You know, it wasn't like that. Was it by the Smart Ease? Where's the look, Georgia? Nicotine free. Yeah, nicotine free. Yeah. But then I do believe that nicotine's got health benefits. I really do. I was born at home in a house number 33, so means nothing. I also have 666 in my birthday. Oh my God, Ruth. Good grief. But then, you know, there is something in the whole numerology thing. And again, and you know, I know that you've kind of opened your mind about Christianity and the Bible now, Ruth. I know you have, and I really, really appreciate that you didn't just like try and slap me down from what I was saying, because everything I was saying about the Church of England that day was true. It's so corrupted and demonic, you know. But Christ, again, this is all biological facts. It's the Christos, it's the seed that travels up. You know, if you abstain from sex for a full month, Jesus Christ was allegedly killed when he was 33, right? There are 33 vertebrae in the human spine. And then you've got the 33 degrees of masonry. It's 33, 33, 30. It's got so many different meanings. It's a very powerful number. I smoke roll-ups anyway, having a few bongs at the moment. I used to do the whole bong thing a long time ago. I don't do anything like that now. Coconut bong that I made myself. But I had a big display cabinet back in the early 90s when I was doing my thing. And I had a selection of very, very expensive bongs. Really, one was a Magnum. It was an original Magnum that was made safe and turned into a bong. Now, when I got busted, because all of them had been tried out first and then cleaned and then put away into this nice cabinet, because they'd all been used, they were all taken away as evidence. That was thousands of pounds worth of bongs gone. Just like that. Bong. And in my very early 20s, we used to do something called a bucket bong. That was quite low. Yeah, it's not a very sophisticated way of getting stoned. But yeah, like I said, I don't do that shit anymore, you know. Where are we? Rips my head off my shoulders. Most things good for us. Programming tells us it's bad. Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. We need to go back. We've got to keep going back. I mean, that postman today, I think we only talked about the sunshine, and that was it. And what I said earlier on about wearing sunglasses, you're tricking your eyes, and that's why you burn. And then I went on to say that vitamin D is not a vitamin; it's a hormone. It's absolutely important for the human body and the mind. It's a hormone, and that hormone, it can be created synthetically, which is why most of the people in this hemisphere that we live in take vitamin D3, you know, at high strengths. But that's not the natural stuff, you know. We need the natural stuff, and we've had one sunny day today in like a month and a half. We need that vitamin D. That's why I spent so much time out and about today with the girls. you know, and I've under this wig, you know, I've got no hair, you know, so it's all that sunlight was coming onto my head, absorbing into my skin, and I feel great. I feel good, you know. Sun, bang, it gets me out of bed. It gets me, you know, it gets me out and about, gets me doing stuff, you know. It motivates me. Yeah, where was I? Chillums, so smooth. Not sure if that's how you spell it. I think that's spelt right. I remember. Yeah, so going back to nature, right? And back, so this poor fucking postman. In fact, it wasn't like that. He was loving the information that I was giving him. And I was saying I make all my own tinctures, I make my own supplements and stuff like that, you know, to rid my body of chemicals. Well, yeah, to some degrees, like microplastics. I suppose microplastics to some degree is a chemical infestation of our body. You know, we've got up to a tablespoon of microplastics floating around in our brains. Not good. That's why we've got so many dementia and Alzheimer's patients in these care homes. That and these cooking oils, you know, that are a byproduct of industry, sold as a you know, an alternative solution for frying your fucking eggs when they're just destroying your brain. So yeah, what I was going to say was on Tuesday, I had a bit of a sneezing fit. Now, normally when I have a sneezing fit, I suddenly feel quite lethargic, and then I know that I'm either just starting to come down with a cold, or I'll just maybe get some symptoms, and then most of the time it just disappears, you know, because a lot of it can be mind over matter. But I was watching a film. Just bear with me. I was watching a film, and it was an all right film as well. I love films, right? And I just couldn't keep my eyes open. So I fell asleep and I had some of the most vivid dreams. Now, when you have very, very vivid dreams and a fever, when you've got a fever or you're coming down with something, vivid dreams can be part of that. I've forgotten the name for it. It will come to me, hopefully. So when I woke up, so I went to sleep feeling okay. I just couldn't keep my eyes open. When I woke up, I was experiencing violent shivers. I was so cold. The heating had been on all afternoon. The house wasn't cold, you know, the heating was on. It's not a bad heating system. But I was unbearably cold, and I just kind of got up. Everything was in slow motion. I went over to the sofa, just shaking and grabbed this blanket, wrapped it over me like a fucking Greek granny up in the hills of some remote little village in Greece, you know, just wrapped it up, or like a Timu Muslim, something like that, just to try and trap some warmth. I was so cold. And then the following day, I see my dad every Wednesday, right? Because I don't want any more regrets moving forward. And he's late on in years, you know, so I don't want any regrets that I wish I'd spent more time with my dad. I wish I'd done more with my dad. I wish I'd done this with my dad. I wish I'd told him about this. I wish I'd done this. You know, I don't want that. So I never miss a Wednesday with my dad, but I had to call him that Wednesday morning because I was fucked, right? But I came downstairs, I drank plenty of water, and then I had quite a concentrated glass of probably about that, probably about that much in the bottom of a pint glass of rosehip tincture, right? And then the rest filled up with distilled water, right? With a pinch of salt in there, because that night I drenched the bed with sweat, right? So I needed to get some salts back into me as well. So I knit that up and knocked that back. And then I've made a cough, cold, flu elixir, right? And what I did with that See, I put it all into. I didn't make that much of it. I'm going to make another load more. So imagine sort of like, you know, a thimble for someone that's got banana fingers. So not quite a shot glass, but not quite a normal size thimble. Poured that I made into that, put it in, gargled it and gargled it and gargled it, and then swallowed it, right? Everything just fucked off. Everything. All of my symptoms went. We've got to go, and this pisses all over anything you can buy over the counter. And this is shit we can make ourselves. This is the sort of thing that was around before the Rockefellers jumped in there and then took over the whole medicine. They took over everything. They are the origins of Big Pharma. We need to go back to the old ways. This is 100% herbal. It's organic ethanol, proper raw honey, garlic, fresh ginger, and then blended cloves, and then topped up with water. So like 50-50 mix, and then left for about 2.5 months. And it works. Initially, the flavour is a bit, oh, I don't like that very much. But after the alcohol kind of element of it sort of dissipated, the cloves, right? My mouth, it just felt so fresh. Like every time when you have these cool mints or cool mint chewing gum and stuff like that, and you have and then you breathe in and everything, your mouth's like icy cold when you breathe it in. It was like that. Cloves. They've got a multitude of uses and a multitude of health benefits. So please buy some organic cloves off eBay, Amazon, wherever you like. I'll show you the brand that I buy because it's important. It's a very, very important thing to buy. It really, 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 really is. So this is the only brand that I've been buying for the last sort of couple of years, really. Spice Mart. Sounds very posh, doesn't it? Anything that says Mart, you just think wholesale garbage shit. But they are, according to Spice Mart, these are organic and they do the job. I've got loads of tidying up and putting away in the morning. I'm not doing any of that shit tonight. Fuck that. I want to chill out with you lot. And I've got some Brussels sprouts planted up. Never grown Brussels sprouts before, but I've seen, I know that some people just swear by them. They're very space saving. They're very winter hardy. I have got a leek, an elephant leek poking through, but that's because my flies broke. I'm being told don't eat the berries or them things, they are poisonous. Find out it is rose hips, hawthorn berries, dandelion. That's what I mean. These are gifts from God, mate. They really are. To make a herbal version of ibuprofen, you mix fresh rosemary with dandelion root, combine them together like the dog's bollocks of anti-inflammatories. Those two things together. Everything we need is out there. Everything we need to be fit, strong and healthy is available for you in nature. All of it. That's why I'm going down this route. And I know a few of you are, And I think Lana's making some salves, you know, so you could just kind of rub it. If you've got any pain or anything, just rub it in. A bit like Tiger Balm, but better, not mass produced on an industrial scale. So she's making stuff like that as well. There's a lot of people jumping on this because it's something worth jumping on too. And if you want to potentially have, you know, keep building your knowledge and keep building your knowledge so that you've got some skills, an extra skill that no one else has got, that's going to make you incredibly important to the parallel society that we're going to be part of until the rest of society catches up. You've got to have some skills. You've got to have something to offer. You have. So please get skilled up, people. Please. Where am I? I wouldn't even use seed oils to season cast iron coconut oil every time. I never thought of that. Yeah. Yeah. Nice one, Michael. I need to get some more coconut oil in because I've only got about 75 jars. But it's just got so many uses. Again, I mentioned that to the postman. You know, I said, look, if you do want to give your skin some protection when it's middle of summer and it's like not a cloud in sky, wall to wall sunshine, just apply coconut oil to your skin. It's got an average SPF of about 7. And then I explained to him all of the chemicals that are in these suntan creams, right, react with the sun. And there are 100% links to melanomas. You won't get a melanoma from coconut oil because not only are you providing some protection for your skin from the sun, you're also nourishing your skin. You know, especially when we start to get a bit older, you know, and that elasticity starts to dissipate a little bit. That can help to keep your skin really, really nice and supple and, you know, try and prolong the elasticity. You know what I mean? I've had a few, you know. Just started using rosehip. Thanks to your recommendation, Terry. Oh, good on you, mate. Honestly, so much vitamin C in there. Vitamin C is ridiculously important to our immune system. It really is. And it helps us to get over colds or prevent colds from developing into can't get myself out of bed. It stops that. I mean, you wouldn't know that I was almost having maybe 2 or 3 proper duvet days from Tuesday onto Wednesday. By Wednesday afternoon, I was about 90% better. I'm about 95% better now. Whereas beforehand, I've had colds that have lasted for 2, 3, 4 weeks. You know? So with all the supplements that I take, that were all very, very, very deeply researched for various reasons, on top of the tincture and the elixir, that's it. And I did say to you that the rosehip, because rosehips, to anyone that doesn't know, rosehips have got more vitamin C in them than 7 times more vitamin C on average than an orange. Now, there is a certain plum. I don't know if you're still with us, Lana. I can't remember the name of this plum, but there's a plum that's got way more vitamin C in it than rosehips, but you can't grow them in this country. So the only thing that you can grow in this country that has more vitamin C than anything else that can be grown in this country is the humble rosehip. And they grow on every single rose bush. It doesn't matter what sort of roses you've got. You know, from beautiful, award-winning, beautiful, gorgeous roses, right the way down to dog roses that grow anywhere. you know. So harvest them. You know, we used to have rose hip syrup as kids. It was good for us. You can make your own easily. And they're around for quite some time. You know, you've got plenty of time to start picking them, and then just bag them up, stick them in your freezer, and then bit by bit, go to work on them, turn them into something. The only downside is getting all those little furry seeds out, but you've got to get rid of them because they can irritate your digestive tract. Get rid of all of them, give them a bit of a rinse out. It's a little bit time consuming, but it's worth it for the health benefits that they contain. And they're better for you after the first frost as well. So go around picking them after the first frost if you can. Or even better, the second frost. Because it shocks the plant into providing as much nutrients and minerals into the rose hips, which contain the seeds, you know, to give it a fighting chance. It shocks them into it. So after the first or second frost, start picking the rose hips. Gather them up. You know, most people just walk past them. They don't do anything with them. They're just allowed to rot on the plants. And that's natural for them. The outside, the bit that we want, just rots away. And then that disperses the seeds. I wouldn't even use, well, yeah. My dad died when he was 44. I was nearly 22. I'm just trying to think of the numerical significance of that. Am I missing something? So you were literally half his age. Well, I'm sorry for starters. I'm sorry for your loss, darling, of losing your dad. You know, again, this is why I don't want to miss Wednesdays with my dad. I've gotten to know him so much, so well. The similarities between me and him are astonishing, you know. And there was me thinking that he was a brainwashed sheep with possibly no inner monologue, which is possible. It's been proven. Some people don't have an inner monologue. I can't even imagine not having an inner monologue. I'm always having full-blown fucking conversations with myself, as I'm sure most of you do. But as time's gone by, I've realised that he's actually an empath, you know, which is lovely, you know. I've learned so much about him. Anyway, getting sentimental. Alzheimer's linked to, and aluminium as well. Yeah, nice one, Jordan. I forgot about that, mate. Yeah, so aluminium, microplastics, and these seed oils are the three main culprits, as far as I'm concerned, from what I've learned, that can bring on early onset dementia and Alzheimer's. In fact, you should look up how old the youngest, because people automatically assume that it's something that our senior citizens get. No, even babies can have it, you know. I think the record is 1. Let me just check. I don't want to put out fake information, you know. Again, integrity is very important to me. How old was the youngest person to have Alzheimer's? I was a 19-year-old, right? How old was the youngest person to have dementia? Oh, 19 again. Look, the research that I did, it was younger than that. There were children. So that's Google, you know. It's like, take it with a fucking pinch of salt, because I do. You know, again, this is why I could never take payment from Google. I could never monetize the channel and put ads on there to make money out of it, because I'd get, you know, I'd be like a prostitute for Google. and I'd have to watch my P's and Q's. I'd have to watch the subject matter. I'd have to avoid this word, avoid that word, and and then all that, self-censoring the fucking shit out of myself just to get a few pence from Google, my pimp. Fuck that. But each to their own. Terry, there was something out there. I had the shivers and fevers for nearly a week. Couldn't get out of bed. I was weak and felt like I had the flu, but no other symptoms other than aches and pains. That is exactly what happened to me. Normally when I've sneezing fits, right, that's usually the trigger for the start of a cold, right? So after the sneezing fits have subsided, I start to feel quite lethargic, and then you start to feel like something in your sinuses, and your throat starts to feel a little bit sore. And there was none of that, none of it. It was very, very strange, and it was out of the blue. The word I was looking for was delirious, right? So when you end up with very, very severe fevers, you can become mildly to severely delirious. And that's why, because the infection or whatever it is that's causing the problem has managed to find its way into your brain. And that's why your dreams become really, really, really vivid, like less of a dream and more of an experience. But I don't know why I don't dream about Sally very much anymore. You can't control what you do and what you don't dream about. You can't. You've got no control over that whatsoever. But when I woke up on the sofa, violently shaking, try and get warm, try and get some cover over me, I had dreamed about Sally, and it was very, very vivid. So that knocked me quite a bit because it was so real. And then when I woke up and realized it was a dream, yeah. Anyway, well, that's very interesting, Sky Girl. Thanks for sharing that with me. Very, very strange, Is it what we're breathing in out of the fucking sky? What is it? What's going on? Again, we need to be telling people to start looking up. Like, knock the fucking smartphone out of their hand. Look. Fly spray. Fly. Just give them a simple analogy to get through to their little fucking tiny brains. My dad died last year. See him when you can, mate. I'm sorry for your loss, Dave. I really am. I didn't have a relationship with my mum at all. She was a cunt to me all my life. But my dad, he's a good man. He is. He's a good man. You see, we've all experienced loss, or most of us have experienced loss that's affected us. But just like anything else negative and severely negative, like loss, because loss is right up there. I mean, it's number one really for stress and depression and heartache and all of that. If you can get through to the other side of that and then restructure your life somehow on the other side of it, and then just build back up again, especially because it's you've got a different relationship to your dad than you have your wife, a different relationship with your wife to your husband, different relationship to your kids, your friends, your neighbors, your workmates. So it's all different, so there are different types of love, but love is love, and when you lose someone that you really love, especially if it's a partner, it fucking rips you apart. And yeah, I mean, I didn't sail through that. At all. And yeah, there was one night where I'm not going to go into it all over again and explain it all, but there was an intervention that I didn't plan on. But I was ready for going. You know, I was all set up. I was good to go. But after that, I was just plied with shitloads of medication, loads of tablets, loads and loads, and it turned me into a fucking zombie. So it took a long time for me to wean myself off them, because I wasn't getting anything done, and I was just a zombie. I was just a zombie all the time. And yeah, you know, this I think there are more people taking antidepressants and mood stabilizers now than ever in recorded history, you know. And a lot of people feel like they can't get off them anymore. They can't get. They're just so reliant. They're so dependent on them that they can't imagine not having that chemical mild kosh to keep them feeling level-headed and semi-pleasant, you know. But it is achievable. It is achievable. But you've got to do it when you're ready, you know. Same as alcohol. I mean, alcohol is in many ways worse than prescription medication, because it is a depressant. It's the most common depressant that is available to us. So I went to AA, sat down, like, hello, my name's Terry and I'm an alcoholic. And everyone was like, all right, Terry, right. And the leader of the group sort of whispered, rule number 1 is never spend any time around alcoholics. So I had to stop going to AA. I'm sorry, I've never been to AA. I thought it was a lovely joke, you know. But I've always said that there are strong people and weak people in this world. There's no middle ground, none. You're either strong or you're weak, right? Now, some people could say, well, I do have my weaknesses. But then if you're thinking that, and then think about what those weaknesses are, you know deep down you could get on top of that if you wanted to. Right? Strong, weak. Now, that's not me trying to pull people down and make them feel inferior or anything like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for a little bit of help. You know, I'm not very good at that. So I've always pulled myself out, and that's helped me grow into what I am now, because I'm just not very good at asking for help. You know, pride, just too much pride. The whole homeless thing, when I was homeless, I'm 100% certain that if my dad only found out about this recently over the last couple of years. He didn't know anything about it. But I know for a fact that if I'd have contacted my dad and said, look, Dad, I'm homeless, he would have made provisions for me. But I just refused. I refused, you know. I'm not going back to mummy or daddy to help. Fuck that. I left home at 16 with an attitude to survive. And that's what I've done. But if I thought that it was weak and pathetic for you to ask for help or seek some help, some assistance, I don't think that's necessarily weak. I don't think that's weak at all, because you've come to a conclusion that you're going down a dark path, or you're getting addicted to something, or anything negative, you've made a conscious decision to get out of that, to pull yourself back out of it. So that takes strength, that's strong. So, but if you need a little bit of assistance from a professional or a friend, to get you out of that, then that's not weakness. That's not weak. I don't expect everyone to sort of like do it the way that I've done it, because of pride. Pride comes before a fall. But yeah. Anyway. Right, okay. And ghee, fats were a big hole in my preps. Yeah, ghee. All day long. Because it can keep for decades and decades and decades and decades unopened. And then even when you've opened it, it will still last for a shit long time, very long time. As long as you don't use a cross-contaminated spoon in your ghee, in your pot of ghee. Use a fresh spoon every time you use it, right? But in India, there's places in India where they've made ghee that it's still been usable after 40, 50 years, longer. It's incredible stuff. And again, so people, because it's a sort of a derivative of butter, because it's had most of the dairy element taken out of it, then it's removed the perishable element. Gone. It lasts for years. Everyone should be getting ghee in. If you've not got loads already, get some in. It's £5 a pot for, I can't remember the size now. Is it 500 grams, something like that? So, this is the storage of fat long term. So unless you live somewhere rural that's got a really big duck or a big, really, really big wood pigeon population, especially ducks, because they're very, very fatty, or if you live somewhere where there's a load of like sheep, lamb farmers, because lamb is very fatty. But then, even then, what happens when when there's no lambs left, because people have been coming out from the cities into the rural areas and coshing sheep whilst they've been fast asleep in the fields, and then butchering them on the spot. We're talking people that have got butchering skills, so quite likely from maybe India or Pakistan, or anywhere that's a bit halal, right? Second nature to them, and stick it all in the back of a van. All that's left behind is a bloodied fleece, a head, and a couple of legs maybe. But even then, they make use of the whole animal. And when desperation kicks in the big cities, eventually they'll move out into the country. Well, I'm just saying, maybe move out into the countryside where they can get free meat from the fields at night in a transit van. 3 or 4 sheep in the back. They could even take them, knock them out or kill them, and then take them back and then sell that meat on. People will buy it. People will lap it up or trade it. Now, where my caravan is, the guy that owns the caravan site or the land, he's a sheep farmer, and a few of his sheep have gone missing. And I did plant a little seed in his head, and I said, look, you know what? I'm not a bad shot with a rifle. How about at some point you give me a reduction in the ground rent for my caravan, and I'll stay over for a couple of weeks and be a shepherd, a nighttime shepherd for you. You're like, nah. I just want your money. Fuck the sheep. Oh, that storm is snoring the head off. I don't know if you can pick that up on the microphone. Anyway, where am I? Carrot oil with no sunscreen. My friend used some household oil. Oh my God. You know, especially in the like 80s and 90s, people were getting like cooking oil and rubbing it on the face. It's like, it'll get me tanned quicker because it's cooking my fucking face. Insanity. So cooking oil, and then like an old Kellogg's cornflake box, sort of like fashioned, and then loads of kitchen foil wrapped all around it so that they can concentrate the sun rays onto their face. No wonder they look like 85-year-olds when they're 40. I'm learning about medicinal plants growing wormwood to add to green black walnut husk powder and cloves as a parasite cancer prevention. I do believe that if not all, at least the majority of cancers are caused from parasites and the inflammation that they cause, you know, and what we eat creating the perfect environment for these parasites, like too much sugar and stuff like that, not enough exercise. And they've run out of water. Hold on. I've got you. Bear with. And then there was that PDF that Lana put in the chat once, a book on curing all prancers. I don't like self-censoring, but just until we get the other channel set up and good to go for live streams, you know, because they don't like shit like that. They don't like anyone, you know. Chemotherapy is so unbelievable, ridiculously lucrative, multi-billion-dollar industry on an annual basis, because it's put forward to people that are scared and desperate. Again, now if I knew then what I know now, you know. But then even then, it was very advanced for Sal, very, very advanced. It was a death sentence. But there are loads and loads of people out there that are starting to learn a bit more. That's what I'm saying. There is a massive awakening happening, and it can't be stopped. And it won't be stopped. Right, Baba, you want to lie down? Chill, Winston. But yeah, keep that going, Michael. Keep going. I've got some wormwood to plant. Oh my goodness! In the day I used carrot oil again. Yeah, carrot oil. I mean, how many fucking carrots do you need to like process to get a bit of oil out of them? Carrot oil. I didn't even know carrots had oil. So thank you for enhancing my my knowledge there, Ruthie. Excuse me. Must have been roughly, did you? That's no age, it's too young. It is. My mum was 43 when she died. And I remember my 43rd birthday and getting to 44 and then thinking, I've outlived my mum, you know? And there were 6 of us. So she did leave behind some young'uns, some proper young'uns. But yeah, 43. And at the time, I thought that was like, you know, middle to old. You do when you're a kid. I thought that was middle to old. But looking back, 43 is very, very young, you know. She died of a brain hemorrhage. And she was, you know, she was kind of deteriorating away and all of her organs started to shut down and that. And she was in a coma. She wasn't able to cough up all the phlegm. And I can remember wiping it, you know, and I can, after everything she did to me, you know, everything. And I can remember just whispering in her ear and just because, you know, it was a couple of, call it selfish, you know, call it what you want, judge me, you know. And I just leaned over and whispered in her ear and just said, please don't die on my birthday, you know. And she didn't. She died 3 days later. And they reckon that the last thing to go is your hearing. So I don't know if she kind of held on or it was just timing. I think it's probably just timing, you know. I don't necessarily believe in all of that to the extent that a lot of people do. Anyway, I've got to fucking turn this around. Let's liven it up. Where are we? Oh, I'm so sorry for being so far behind, guys. I really am. Right. From what I've read, apparently only around 33%. Again, there's that number 33. You know, 33% of people do have an inner voice. The majority of people don't. I find that so hard to get my head around. I'm with you on that, Dave, but I think I've heard it's like 1 in 9, 1 out of 9. That's what I've heard. So it's a very, very difficult one to get accurate stats on, really, because, you know, you can ask someone, do you have an inner monologue? And they'll even if they don't, they'll go, what do you mean? Do you think about, you know, do you think to yourself? And they go, well, probably, because they probably won't understand your question because it's alien to them. They won't understand it on the profound, deep level of human consciousness that you're trying to put across to them. You know, so it's a difficult one to find accurate statistics on. But I've heard 1 in 9. Well, that's still more than I'd like, you know. So these people meet the criteria of the stereotypical NPC, non-player character. You know. People, yeah. I sometimes wish my inner voice would shut the fuck up. Well, I think we can all. Can I get a witness? Praise the Lord. Totally agree. Sorry about that little outburst there, but I'm completely and totally in agreement with you there, Michael, mate. It just doesn't shut the fuck up, you know. This was going to Spain when 18 carat oil was the thing. We didn't even look at the UVA or UVB. It had no factors. My friends at home who was ginger, they do get it tough in the summer. I had put some kind of cooking oil and it wasn't good. That's a fucking insanity, that is. It's insanity. But the carotene that's, you know, the colouring in carrots, the carotene, which is natural, can give you a very a Donald Trump look, if that's what you're after. But at the time, you know, you want to give a fuck. What's my tan look like, Ruth? You look orange. You look orange. I'm trying to do an impression of you without offending you, Ruth. Because I love your voice and I love your little chuckle. You look orange, not brown. I recently had a dream where my dad was in my kitchen making me a cup of tea. I said, Dad, you died a long time ago. What are you doing here? He said, son, that was then. This is now. How weird is that? It's very, very strange and very, very beautiful at the same time. You know, who knows? Maybe they're interacting with us. I don't know. You know, there's never ever going to be any proper, hard, solid evidence for anything like that ever. So it's a nice thought. One of those dreams that when I was kind of a little bit delirious and those vivid dreams. I mean, I remember so much of that dream, but then I remember dreams from when I was a kid as well, you know, that were impactful. Is that Alana still here? Say hello, Lana. I'm assuming you've gone to bed. Did she say good night and I missed her? I do apologise. One reason I don't like work, my granddad worked all his life, died just before retirement, only went in for a NEOP, ergophobia, fear of work. Yeah. Well, so I started looking into things. And I've got an application for me that I need to fill out over the weekend. But it's voluntary work. So I've had a very, very varied work history, you know, including engineering. But the vast majority of my work history is working with people, you know, people with learning disabilities, people with mental health problems, kids with loads and loads of not physical problems, not mental, not learning disabilities or anything like that, just damaged, you know, really damaged kids. So my interpersonal skills they're all right, you know. So I'm applying for a voluntary job as something called. There are loads and loads of other things that I can branch off from that, but the initial thing I'm going for is a hobby buddy. A hobby buddy. So not people that have got learning disabilities, nothing like that. Just people that are very, very isolated. You know, they struggle with interacting with people. They don't go out. You know, and so I'll be going around to their house and, you know, whatever they're into, or maybe just a bit of comfort, a bit of conversation. You know, try and get them to open up. You know, people open up to me very easily. You know. And sometimes that's all that's needed. People just want to be understood. We all just want to be understood. So yeah, I've got to fill that out, and yeah, I'm quite looking forward to that, because that's something I'm good at. It's something I'm good at, and I enjoy it. You know. You see, they would deem that as unpaid work. I wouldn't call it unpaid, because the satisfaction and the difference that you can make to someone's day, that's payment. You know, it pisses all over fiat currency. And then I was going to do for you, Michael, I was going to go, I had a dream that one day all the little white boys and all the little black girls would sit down to play together in peace. But I kind of did read your comment first, and I thought that would have been highly inappropriate. You know, I've made that mistake a few times. I do apologise. Not that weird, Mike. There is a place between the universe where everything exists simultaneously. No one ceases to exist. Hard to put it into words. I know exactly what you're saying there, Dave. It's very, very interesting. I fucking love shit like that. There's so much more to everything. So much more. And a lot of it will be hidden in the archives under the Vatican, you know, which is New Rome. You know, Rome never went away. It never went away. You see so many logos, government logos and insignias and stuff like that. I've thought the leaves going up round the side, you know, Roman, the eagle in America, you know, for the CIA, Roman. There's so many. Rome never went away. It just transformed. That's why the Vatican is in Rome. The Vatican is the Roman Empire, or sort of part of it, you know. It's a very, very dark, devious place. Rome sort of fell apart because it became so. Rome became what we're seeing now globally. So it had to, in order for it to survive, it had to morph into something else. So instead of having like your very high ranking Romans that were, you know, right at the top, getting involved in all of these disgusting acts, sexual acts and stuff with children, with men, and all sorts of manner of stuff, you know. And I've forgotten what they were called. The high-ranking Romans, like Caesar's sort of like cohorts, if you like. They just changed the kind of the clothing and the title, really, and the look. Give it a new look. So those people are now bishops and high-ranking clergy, and people wonder why there's so much paedophilia within the Catholic Church. You know, when you start putting it together, Rome never went away. Anyway, what I've come to believe through my psychedelic travels through the multiverse as well. I love that. Hospitals are dangerous places, Jordan. Yes, they are. They are. Which is why I need to try and keep myself healthy and fit, and why I try and push and promote you guys being healthy and fit. And, you know, I know it's hard to get motivated these days because it's just so much doom and gloom everywhere. But you see, if you start putting loads of effort into your fitness, you'll start to feel these natural endorphins. And those endorphins can become addictive. So you become addictive. So you can become more and more health conscious and fitness conscious, just to get those endorphins. So and that's a natural thing that's produced in your body. It's there for a reason. It's almost like a reward for your hard work, you know. And the fitter you are through your diet, through your supplements, through your exercise, all of that, will hopefully keep you out of these hospitals, because, oh dear. Anyway, yeah. Maybe, yes, mate, I think we're all connected to the universe consciousness. Yeah, we're all connected to source. And I think if Lana was still listening, I think she's gone to bed, but I think if she was still listening, she would definitely chime in on that. 100% she would. Oh, I love that. We were thick in the day, weren't we? But we had a good time. Yeah, we did. And there's nothing, again, you know, regardless of what's happening around the world, right? Again, if you can manage to hold on to your sense of humor, come hell or high water, right? Then you've still got the ability to have a good time, even now, you know? Which is what we have a good time on live streams, you know? I mean, I was talking about one particular live stream the other day. It was just, I wish every live stream was like that. And there's nothing to say that it can't be. I can't find it. I can't find my phone, Ruth, which is probably a good thing. But you know, the one that you edited down for me, yeah, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. Everyone was so uplifted. It was just all natural, like belly holding laughter. So hold on to your sense of humor no matter what, especially if you're British. It's because it's in your DNA to be able to do that. It's part of who you are. That's our dark sense of humor. It's very, very, very British, dark sense of humor. So something horrible happens, make a joke out of it, you know? It's not being insensitive. It's mental self-preservation is what it is. No health and safety at all. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we became Americanized, you know, where everyone was thinking, oh, so we can sue people then, you know. When I was growing up in the house that had no central heating, you know, single pane glass, no bathroom, no toilet inside the house, blah blah blah. We lived next door to a family, and so we played with their kids. Their dad used to go out looking for paving slabs on the pavement that were above a certain, because he knew all of where he could claim for injuries. He used to go around just making himself get injuries. That was it. Yeah, no one looked at him twice. It's like, this is the 57th time, Graham, that you've done your back in from tripping on a pavement. None of that. Just kept on paying out. We were paying for that. Oh, anyway. things were a lot simpler back then. Yeah, they were, you know, unnecessarily overcomplicated now, and it's not for the better. No, it's not for the better, and you're absolutely spot on. But we do have the power and the energy to sort of bring ourselves out of that and then back into a, you know, a good place. We've got the ability to do that. I remind myself to listen to music. So if I'm feeling a bit low, you know, I've just found this out, and that's just connected with that, and that connected with that, and that's all connected together. It's just been a boom moment. I'll listen to music and chill out, you know? So we all have the power to be able to bring ourselves back out of the negativity, whereas the vast majority of society don't really know really what's actually happening. Not really. So they're just vibing down and down and down and down, because they don't understand what's going on. I think if you know what's happening around you to the biggest degree that you can, again, take a big, massive step back, and it increases your peripheral. So you see more, and that's us. We've got a very, very broad peripheral. We see so much, we know so much, you know, and it can be a burden. So we have to find our own coping strategies to be able to bring ourselves back, to be able to center in on ourselves a little bit, you know, and chill out, calm down, or interact with people that you always feel positive around and have a giggle, you know. I wish I had a recording of Ruth's giggle, so I could record it and just have it here where I could just press a button, and every time it gets a bit low and we start talking about depressing shit, I press that button and you hear her giggle, snap straight out of it. The cutest giggle. Keeps people distracted. Yeah, everyone, again, going back to the Epstein thing, you know, that's one massive distraction. Whilst everyone's focusing on that, what's going on over there? Ushering in a digital dystopia, rebranded and repackaged because everyone said, no, we don't want that. You know, what a massive distraction. Everybody's talking about the whole Epstein thing, everybody, and it is dark, and I do think there is some truth in it, but I do think there's been a lot of manipulation as to what's actually been put out. You know, everyone's like, right, that one, this one, that's all redacted. I can understand what the premise is and know, and they put it all together in the Reds, whereas that could have been completely fabricated, and then a fabricated document redacted to make it look like a genuine Epstein file document. It's far too many distractions. We have to try and stay as centered as possible. The line that goes down through the middle of the yin yang. That's where we need to aim to be. And it's very challenging. Got to go. Oh, I'm sorry, Jordan, if I missed you, brother. Have a great weekend and sleep well, my friend. And I'll see you in the next one with the Waffling Wizard. So good. Oh, I've actually reached the bottom. I've reached the bottom. It's a good thought that you're considering volunteer work in a field that you're familiar with, like you've come full circle. I never once thought about it like that until now. Yeah. How lovely is that? That's so lovely, you know. Thank you for that, Michael. Yeah, it's given me a little bit of a soul boost, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for that, man. I like that. And but I mean, I was very open with the interviewer as well. I said, look, I've got a bit of a colourful past, because you've obviously, you know, you've got to safeguard these people. You can't just send a fucking rapist round to a vulnerable woman, you know, not me. So I've got to have a full DBS check. They pay for it all. But in the interview, I just had to say, look, that DBS is going to come back, like, you know, your eyebrows will go up a little bit, you know. And I did say that all of these, the vast majority of, because like 2.5 pages, put them front, back, and then part of another. So it just stays with you for the rest of your life. You know, it's not like a fucking driving license where after, 3 years or something, you can have those points taken back off your license, something like that. It doesn't work like that with a criminal record. It stays with you forever. But I did say to her, I said, look, the vast majority, apart from a speeding bit, right? All of that was before I was employed at MenCap. So MenCap took me on after doing a DBS check and seeing all that fucking shit, you know, and they still took me on. I think it was meant to be, because if they hadn't have taken me on, I would have never have met Sal. I would have never have met my wife, you know, the only woman I've ever courted. So yeah, you know, I do think that I do think sometimes maybe our path through life is pre-written, but then then there's another part of me that doesn't think like that, because there are just, but then is that the way it is? You know? Oh, I've got so many theories. Again, I won't lock down on one, you know? This is why I'm not a massive fan of die-hard flat earthers, you know, because it's very cult-like. I can't turn around to a flat earther and say, look, mate, I've been to space and far enough from Earth that I could see that it was indeed a beautiful blue marble drifting through space. I can't say that. I've got no evidence to tell a flat earther, right, that this world is round. And I've got no evidence to tell a flat earther that this is all a simulation. None. And I've got no evidence to prove beyond any deniability that the earth is flat. And to a flat earther, I would say, and neither have you. So because of their lack of open-mindedness, I tend to avoid people like that, because they're very cult-like. You know, there's no swaying them. You can't sway them. They're like, no. The earth's flat. I needed to understand the world that I've been growing up in to a degree where I feel safe and comfortable, because I know the truth now, and I understand, and I know this is the truth, right? So they end up like, that's a big chunk of all the sort of profound questions that we've all got as people of depth. That's one of the answers. Ticked off, done. That's it. Need to try and find the answer to this one now. Whereas me, I just have a very, very open mind. I don't know. Nobody knows. If I was to kind of lean in one direction than another, I would probably go with the simulation. I really would. Sorry, darling. Sorry. Well, that's what happens when you lie down where my feet are meant to be. So I had my legs, my feet right up underneath the chairs, and then my toes pointing in my back because I'm a yoga man now, you know. No, I'm not. Nice place to chill though. So yeah, you know, the whole flat earth thing, the flat earthers, the movement, it's just I don't vibe with that at all, because I like people that have got a very open mind. You know, that, you know, the greatest philosophers of history throughout history all pondered on stuff. They never locked onto anything unless, you know, but even then, even if there was evidence, they would still then question that, you know, and then leave that wide open, and then question that and leave that wide open for interpretation and a different way of understanding. You know, they didn't lock onto anything. I think you would agree with me what they can do with their gift card, Dave. Mass non-compliance is the way forward. It is. It's the not only is it the only way forward, right? It's the only way forward because plan B is so fucking horrific. So if that's to be our plan A, and I hope it is, I really do. I really fucking do. Because plan B will be absolutely fucking horrific. So it is possible to, you know, through not mass non-compliance, but then there's loads of people, divvies out there, you know, oh, I wish I'd not voted for Labour. You know, they're saying that in their own heads because they don't want to say it out loud, because they'll know they'll just get stoned to death. But there are lots of people out there still, right, that if they get rid of Keir Starmer, and they will, he won't see a full term. And I did say this, I have said that. They get rid of one and then it's sort of almost reset, right? And then staunch, die-hard Labour fans that regret voting Starmer in would then think, oh, I'm glad he's gone. I'll vote for this Labour leader instead. You know, we are not going to vote our way out of this madness. Every single man and woman has to take that on board and know it. Not disbelieve or believe it, know it, because it's the truth. It's not fucking happening. You know? Definitely, mate. But the plebs will dance for shiny pennies. Well, yeah, but there are more and more and more people coming around. It's just that they're coming around in stupid places and getting caught up with the fucking flat earth movement and you know, places and groups of people that are very transfixed on one specific thing, whereas we are very, very open to everything. And because of that, we maintain an open mind, so we don't end up like as shocked as a lot of people, you know. Nothing surprises us because we've got a very, very open mind. I do think that the next 9/11 will be like times God knows how many fucking magnitude. You know, it's going to shock the whole fucking world. I just don't know what it is, but it's highly likely it's going to happen this year. So what I'm trying to say is that there is this mass awakening. It's a mass awakening. You know, it is happening. It is a phenomenon. It is. So they're going to want to try and sort of do something as quick as possible create a massive fucked up crisis. Problem, solution. You know, that's how they work. They've worked like that for probably thousands of years. But this is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. The royal family, right, who are very, 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 very connected, right, on a global scale, have a hell of a lot to do with holistic medicine, holistic health, and astrology. So there is definitely something in it. You know, we're entering into the age of awareness, coming out and seeing, you know, and I think that they've known this was going to come for quite a long time, which is why they've been pumping industrial strength fluoride into your water supply to calcify your pineal gland. And I personally do believe that to be true. Everything I've just said. A bit out there for some, but if anyone else wants to tell me why you've got unnecessary fluoride that's not at levels that's naturally occurring in their water supply, pray tell. 30 silver coins. Is that what you've got, Michael? I've been buying a lot of junk silver because I know I've said this before. I just want to say it again, just in case anyone's listening that's not listened to me before. I've kind of very luckily locked onto something, which was gold initially, right? And then when that started to go, I dropped onto silver that was very cheap initially. Then when that started to go, I dropped onto copper, which was very cheap initially. And if you're interested in buying some half decent copper, I can get it you. I've not got any affiliations with anyone, but I can show you where I've bought some of my good quality copper from. Just email me and I'll let you know. It's a lot more affordable than silver, but just like silver, not so much gold. That's a different entity in and of itself, in a way, right? But silver and copper are used in modern industry, you know, and they're not able to get it out of the ground quick enough to satisfy the demand. So if you start taking in copper, which is way more affordable than silver, definitely more affordable than gold and platinum, right? And you just put it away somewhere, you know? You've not taken, say, 35 quid, right? And then got a lighter and just burned it. What you've done is you've transferred instruments of debt into something that holds genuine value that will never depreciate. It's just common sense. And preppers have got more common sense than the vast majority of the human race. We have. And that's not an ego thing. It's a fact thing. But yeah, what's with the 30 silver coins, mate? Are we talking about when Jesus was it 30 pieces of silver? Is that what you mean? But if that's what you mean, I'm not quite sure how we ended up getting onto that. So I'd appreciate some sort of elaboration. Otherwise, my little brain gets fried and I start talking in tongues, and you don't want to see that. Not tonight. Let me just go to the little boys' room. Let me let them out first. We'll do a week. Right, whilst they're out there relieving themselves. Bear with, I do apologise. And again, you know, being in our situation, it can be a lonely place. You know, it can. A lot of us feel isolated. You know, you've got people. I mean, I live on my own. You know, and again, lads. You know, if you've got a missus there and you've been with her for years and years and years, you know, she'll know you better than anyone else. You'll know her better than anyone else. And, you know, there would have been a time when there was like loads and loads of electricity and, you know, everything was new and you were fucking like rabbits and, you know, all of that, right? Try and get back to that. Try and bond with your missus, mate. Bond with her. Find ways, you know, cook her a dinner, you know, take her, women are, you know, actions speak louder than words, you know. Show your woman some love, get that back, because you need to be able to be strong for each other and support each other no matter what further down the line. So try and get back what you had, or try and get close to it. You'll never get back what you had because that was then, you know. Try and remember what it was that made you two as a couple really, really work, and then try and reignite that, you know. Especially sex, you know. Sex is this, you can't get more of a bond, really, you know. Look, there are quickies, there's love making, and then there's just extended fucking, you know. If you can sort of combine all three of them, that will reignite your sex life. I'm sounding like some sort of online fucking counselor now. I'm so sorry. My God. All I'm trying to say is just be strong for each other like you were back then. You know, that you were a team prepared to take on the world together, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, you know, even. Try and reignite that, because you're going to need it, you know. I haven't got that, you know. I haven't got that. And I think, again, this is like me, this is me talking to you from lessons learned, you know. So it's coming from a place of experience and logic. Make her feel excited again, you know. Think outside the box. But don't do off the back of that. Don't just turn up with like, I've got you this, love. Fuck's that? It's anal beads. I just thought we could like shake it up. Fuck off. Nothing like that. Romance and chivalry. Where was I? No, mate, 30 silver Judas coins. Ah, right. Okay. For those who accept digital ID. Yeah. But never ever forget that we were living in a world where all of a sudden we were wondering if our neighbours were going to grass us up because we've got someone round. You know, we carried on as normal in this house, apart from those that were so conditioned within the family that they didn't want to come round and give us COVID. Right? But anyone that was aware, right? Anyone that had managed to get my fucking hooks into as well, that paid attention and actually listened and thought about it, right? We just carried on as normal. But I did wonder. I wonder if next door is going to grass us up because, you know. But even if they did, and if they turned up, it was all unlawful. If they'd have turned up, right? I know me. No one knows you better than you, right? They would have turned up, and I wouldn't have answered the door to them. You know, I would, as in opened the door to them, and I would have just said, "What's up?" We've been told that you've got 3 people in this house that aren't from this household, and I just turn around and go, "That's wrong. You're wrong. Whoever's told you that is wrong. It's 10. Now fuck off." But yeah, it just, what I'm saying is that was happening. You know, it wasn't that uncommon that people were like, they're going to spread it more because they've got more people around there. They're going to spread it more and more. We're all going to die, and we live next door to them. They're going to be infested with that shit. We're going to die. We can't speak to them anymore. We can't shake their hands because they're unclean. They'll give us the virus that never existed. So if that was the mentality of a lot of people, neighbours, you know, back then, they're still out there. There is a massive chunk of proper, full-on, hardcore NPCs that are just soulless, just either soulless or irreversibly programmed, right? And then there's the same amount of people this end, right, to varying degrees. And then there's this middle ground, right? That's the battleground. Good versus evil, trying to save souls, planting seeds. That middle ground is what we're playing for, you know? Right, bear with me a sec. And do you know little any small sort of bottles that don't hold too much liquid? I've been buying in cheap booze and filling them up, putting corks in the top and sticking them in the loft. You know, as like a future bartering type thing. You know, because they are going. What's happening is, say there's sort of, because the human population, especially the working class population of the planet, is so huge, isn't nowhere near as huge as they make out, right? But it still outnumbers them, you know, seriously, significantly, like 99.9 something percent. You know, that we are the 99%. We're more than that, way more than that. And they're just a handful. But yeah, it's that battleground in the middle, you know, of trying to save souls and trying to guide people in the right direction by just, even if it's just planting a few seeds in their heads, just for them to ponder over. And, you know, I'll never stop doing that. I'll never ever stop doing that, even if it makes people feel uncomfortable. You know, I often think back to that nurse in the back of the ambulance when I went in the ambulance. And all of a sudden I was just kind of, I went into a zone with her. It was almost like the caravan didn't exist. The hospital didn't exist. The world around us didn't exist. I had her 100% focus. And what I said to her, I saw her about half an hour later, because I was still in I'd gone into actual A&E out of that because there was no room in there. So they kept me in the ambulance until there was room. So they took me in. And after about half an hour of being in there, I could just see on her face that there was so many things just snapping into place. And there was part of me that felt really, really bad, right? That I'd taken this young girl, and she was lovely. You could just tell, you know. The only downside is that she was married to a cop. So a bit naive, right? But I could tell she was lovely. She was lovely, you know. And I was just thinking, I've just ruined her day. But then I have to sort of bring balance to that, because that's not what I did. All I did was maybe gave her a little bit of a nudge to open her eyes and open her mind a little bit as to what's really, really happened, especially in regards to the jabs, because she was jabbed. And I was saying to her, look, you know, did all your friends get jabbed? All your colleagues? She was like, no, not all of them. Did you ever ask why? And that was it. I went into very, very, very detailed. Oh man. But again, that could be a life, because there are reversal. As long as you're not continuously still going back for fucking jabs, for boosters and shit, you know, there are protocols that you can have that can help to start to reverse it. It will never fully do it. You can't get unjabbed, you know. And I know that some of you guys were, and you know that you know, I don't separate you from anyone else. You know, I'm just saying. But there are things you can do to help, you know. But if you're not having any problems, chances are it was saline, so you don't need to worry about that anyway. But yeah, so going back to couples just briefly, reignite, find that combined strength that you had, you know, when you first got together to take the whole world on. But to those of you out there that are single and alone, it's quite likely that you're quite possibly a loner, you know. So you're all right with your own company. But to those that aren't loners and are alone, just know that you're not alone. You're not. There are loads of people like us out there. You're not alone in the way that you think. You might be physically alone. You know, again, this is one of the reasons why I do these live streams. So we've all got like a really healthy, happy-ish meeting place, like a town square, you know, where we can just all meet up and interact with each other, you know. Because I mean, I am alone, but I'm not lonely, you know. There's a difference. I mean, I can walk around the house. I mean, I do walk around the house, butt naked. You know, I walk around the house butt naked, fuck all along, just walking along. You know, you know, ding dong. No, it's not. It's not ding dong. It's ding dong. No, it's not. Yeah, walk around the house butt naked, and I mean nothing on, nothing, right? Apart from a beard. But when it gets to about October time and it gets a bit cold, I come in the house. Oh dear. Yeah. Hey, it's a dad joke. It's what I do. Anyway, I got brownie points today. My daughter is going to Miss Pancake Day on Tuesday, so I make them today. Oh, that's lovely, Dave. And the missus and daughter, love them, lol. That's such a lovely thing to do for your family, man, you know? So you're clearly a family man, you know? So it's just, again, that butt edition there, right? Enjoy the little things, right? It's the little things. It's not the big things that give you loads of joy, you know? They don't come along very often, those really big ones, right? But there are infinite amounts of small ones. It's the little things. They make the difference. They do. They really, really do. So just something as kind of insignificant to some people. Fuck me. Right, it's coming off. That's the end of, oh, look at this. Fuck me. I look like I've been literally lobotomized by a friend of the guy out of Silence of the Lambs, where it's just like cut round my head, took my head off, scooped a bit of brain out. Oh, that's fucking good. A lot of knowledge in there. I can taste it. And then just put my skull back on again. Look at the fucking state of me. Anyway. What was I saying? Yeah, just little things, doing lovely little things like that, you know, for your family. It gets appreciated, you know. They might again, don't do these things too often. Do lots of other things, right? Less often. Do loads of things less often. Because if you do too much of this nice thing, you just get taken for granted. It's human nature, right? And then do too much of that thing, you'll get taken for granted. That started off as different and out of the ordinary and thoughtful, and, you know, it gets taken for granted. So just reinvent loads of little ways of keeping your family's spark alive, because The family unit is so unbelievably powerful, right? That's why that was one of the first things that they aimed at, at destroying, the family unit. Turning woman against man, man against woman, child against mum, child against dad, dad against child, mum against child. They've gone to town on us. So as long as you're aware of their little tricks, you know, and all of the stuff that they're putting in kids films, adult films, you know, all of the subliminal messages and stuff, you've got to try and become immune to that and build on the strength of your family unit, because that's what's going to get you through. Your family unit, mainly you know, you wouldn't be here listening to this, I don't think, otherwise. And at all costs, hold on to your sense of humour. I used to like them before I was the mug that had to make them. I do all right. I do all right. Pancakes, yeah, my pancakes are spot on, and I've never ever lost a. That's got to be a lie, you know. And I don't want to lie, you know. So maybe when I first ever gave pancakes a go, I might have like lost a few, you know. But now I can flip them perfectly, you know. Like it's all in the wrist. Flick out, up and back, you know, and it just catches. You see every year, you know, they're on the fucking ceiling, you know, they're all over the dog, all over the missus. She's really pissed off. It's like, I was really looking forward to fucking eating that, you bastard. And then she goes, so yeah. Anyway, I'm all right at pancakes. I just don't. I can't say I don't see the point in pancakes. I don't see the point in them. So everyone waits for Christmas, right, to get everyone together. What the fuck, right? Then everyone waits for New Year's Eve to celebrate the end of a year and the start of another one, and then they wait until the first of the new year before they start to implement positive changes in their life. What the fuck? So I'm not gonna wait until Shrove fucking Tuesday or whatever it is to then tell me it's now acceptable to eat pancakes. Fuck that, man. You know. Again, it's how we've all been sort of programmed into this way of life and this way of thinking and this almost robotic style of living, you know, when we're far from robots. We aren't, you know. But there are some people out there. Again, I'm also very aware that some of the chats I've had might come across as very divisive, and that's something that we really don't need right now. So I've made myself aware of that, you know, by saying that we've got the normies and then we've got us. That's all an instant division. But I also did say that there are people out there that are absolute fucking write-offs, and I mean write-offs. But there's that middle ground of souls that can go either way. So that was I think that might have been my way of bringing balance to that, you know. Yeah, brownie points. I think that's quite a lovely thing, you know. I love that. They demand them more than once a year, unfortunately. Though. Just well, mix it up a little bit, you know, mix it up, just mix it up, shake it up a little bit, make it brand new again, you know, just as good but different, you know, and they'll love you for it because you'll still be you, you know. Nothing going on but the beard. Yeah. Well, when we start doing the whole waffling wizard thing, I might send off for a white wig, a proper Gandalf wig. But again, I don't want to become a gimmick because we're so much more than that, you know? It's about taking the edge off the seriousness of life by making myself look a little bit ridiculous for a few hours, you know? I mean, even now, I've not got the wig on, but it still looks like someone's took the top of my skull off, shat in my head, and then put my skull back on, and then called me a shithead. Which has probably happened to someone at some point. Once you get the knack to flip your set. Yeah, you do. Yeah. Again, it's like anything else. It's like rice. People buy rice makers. I mean, what the fuck? It's just a pointless piece of fucking garbage. Look, once you've got rice right the first 10 times and you've paid attention to what you did right over what you did wrong, and before you know it, your rice is perfect every single time. Every time, you know? I don't understand why people buy rice makers, but then there could be some of you that could jump down my throat and go, so Terry, so why did you buy a fucking bread maker? Because I don't know how to make bread by myself. It does it all for me, you know? But that's different. That's there's a big difference between baking a loaf of bread, right, and boiling rice. There's a big fucking difference, you know. One is way more significantly more complicated than the other. But then again, that all boils down to practice, you know, repetition. There'll be people out there that will be saying, well, actually, Terry, boiling rice is actually more difficult than making a loaf of bread by hand. But that's great coming from a fucking baker, you know. I don't know where I was going with that. Don't shout at the messenger, Terry. Oh, man. Let me get ready for this, Ruthie. This is going to bring me hurtling back down to earth with a big smash. Let's have a look. What are you saying? What's going on? So I will ask the question, what do you think about Rupert Lowe possibly joining with Ben Habib Advance UK for a joined party? Protects are doing nothing. Sorry it's took me so long to get to your question, by the way, Ruth, because I waffle on. Hence the change of the channel name to the Waffling Wizard for next week, right? Because I go off on one, I go off on tangents. So I'm sorry that it took so long to answer that. But I will answer it. Right, so I don't know, you know, it could be different people that were in the live stream at the time. But I did say that, you know, Rupert Lowe, he had his groundsman of his estate go shoot his dog, kill his dog, right? So not only would Sky, just going off and then coming back, right? Sky was my previous border terrier. Our bond was beyond words, but because she was going to die, we had to put down. So, but because of our bond, I had to hold her in my arms and make her feel safe, and then feel her die in my arms, and then pay for it. Right? That's how someone should be with their dog. Right? You don't go and pay a fucking groundsman on your estate to go and fucking shoot your dog. You don't do that. So that says a lot about it. That one tiny little fact, researchable fact, says a lot about Rupert Lowe and his character. And it is a character. And the fact that he's, a multimillionaire, he's not working class. We need working class in Parliament that understand the working class. We need people that understand the people they're representing. So my personal opinion is that Rupert Lowe is just another paid opposition politician. It's as simple as that. Then when we go to who says all the right things, which is what politicians do. It's like, I like what he's got to say. He sounds like one of us. He sounds like he's on our side. I'm going to vote for him. If he starts a party, I'm going to join it and financially contribute to it. And then there's Ben Habib, right? Now, you can't just say, I don't like him because he's a Paki. You can't say that, because it should be about content of character. Always, regardless of creed, colour or religion. Okay? So both his parents, and he was the founder of that party, that new political party, right? So they have the kingpin in every party, and he was the kingpin of this. What was it called again? Because it's so fucking, to me, it's so forgettable, because I know what it's all about. Is it Advance? Is it? Advance UK, right. So Ben Habib's mum was a Muslim. Ben Habib's dad was a Muslim, and very staunch ones at that. I don't believe that Ben Habib is a Christian at all. I think he's operating to bridge a very strange and sinister, unknown gap between the Muslim community and the Christian community, to then maybe fuck it up further down the road. I don't believe he's a Christian. I think he's another Team Christian, like Tommy Robinson and Danny Tomo and people like that, that claim that they've become devout Christians, which is an absolute fucking, that really does piss me off, really angers me. I can understand why some people go down the route of Christianity for comfort and hope and all of that, when they don't really truly fully understand the Bible or what it's about, and that most sects, SECTS, of Christianity are very, very, very cult-like. Christianity is a cult. So I would prefer someone that was agnostic to start up a party, you know, and leave religion out of it and just focus everything on 100% common sense. But that's not happening. That's not going to happen. That hasn't happened. All we've had is liars manipulating their way through to being elected off lies, just bullshit, you know. I believe that Advance UK is a distraction party because the cracks are showing in reform and people are starting to see what reform is all about. So it's like me having Rose Hippie Guy's channel that's got a couple of thousand subscribers, right? Having a backup channel that's got 50 subscribers because this channel's suddenly gone all fucked up. Everything's like falling apart. The glue that was holding it together is just, you know, melting away, right? So people then drop on to Advance UK. So, but all it is another mirage, another mirage party. It's another distraction party like reform. That's all it is. The only genuine party that is an official political party that has any integrity at all is David Curtin's party, the Heritage Party, you know, and they'll never make it, ever. But that could turn into a movement. It could, if enough people got on board. But the problem with David Curtin is he pushes his religion too much. You know, he needs to get a handle on that. You know, I know that this country was built on Christian values, and I'm very pro that, even though I'm not a Christian, right? But I think David Curtin pushes his religion a bit too much, to the point where that's where it's keeping him out of, you know, yeah. If he could just ease off the pedal with his religion, with his Christian sort of belief system, then it would attract more people into it, and that could turn into a movement because it's already got status as a political party, an official political party. But again, we have to revert all the way back to the fact that we are not going to vote our way out of this madness. It's not happening. Not happening. But yeah, you know, David Curtin's party could do quite well if more people knew about it. A lot of people have never heard of it, you know. And if you could just ease upon the pedal of, you know, and all of that, that could turn into a movement. I mean, Britain First, I went on a few marches. It was really nice to be around loads of really, really patriotic British people. It was a lovely feeling, you know, it was that feeling of oneness, you know. But then I realised his connection with Tommy Robinson and a few other things, and that was it. I was like, another cunt, you know. And then just out of curiosity, went on a UKIP march, and I have said it. I did say, you know, 2 maybe 3 years ago, something, I don't know, something like that, that UKIP could do quite well with the right leadership, and it's just not got the right leadership, and he's going nowhere. He's a weak leader. He's weak. You know, I went on a UKIP march, and he was there, and it was a very, very sad, sorry march. That was, you know, it was pathetic. But then I think that I think he means well, you know, but he hasn't got the kahunas for it. He's not got the. Yeah, but anyway, you know, we're not going to vote our way out of it, so there's no point in talking about political parties. But the idea of political parties turning into a movement, which is sort of what happened in Germany, the rise of Hitler, that turned into a movement because of a very, very fucked up society. And guess who provided that fucked up society where Hitler stepped in and went, hell no, motherfucker. It rhymes with Jewish. Restore, right? So restore, advance. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. You know, again, they're both different cheeks of the same seven-arsed beast. They are, you know, I see straight through them. They're of no significance, but they're gonna garner a lot of attention and a lot of financial backing from a lot of working class people that are just sleepwalking off a fucking cliff. Which is sad because, again, you've got the NPCs, lost causes, and then you've got us, and then you've got this battleground in the middle. And it's parties, fake fucking parties like that that are dragging some of that battleground, dragging him over into nonsense, into absolute fucking nonsense. A mirage of a party, a mirage, a distraction. That's all it is. Now, if I thought every single political party was a distraction, I would say every single political party is a distraction. But I don't think UKIP is a distraction. It's just weak because it's got a weak leadership. And I don't think the Heritage Party with David Curtin is a fake party at all. I just think he just pushes his religion too much, and he's not got enough gusto really to drive it forward. But again, both of them have the potential to develop into a movement, you know, that then moves against the government and overwhelms it. But we have to start off with mass non-compliance, like no, fuck off. And then you've got your missus in the ear going, we've got no food, and we've got no way to buy any food or anything like that. These are potential outcomes further down the line. It depends on how far you're prepared to go. But in a situation like that, for example, let me just drop it in there. Learn some fucking foraging skills. There's food everywhere. Even now. You can get through anything. I think it's quite possible we've been in this world for a very, very long time, right? And it's been catastrophe after catastrophe after catastrophe, you know. And here we are. We're still here, you know. We're resourceful and creative. And that's a really, really good combination. Really good. I like simple. It suits me. Yeah. So the more simple, the better. You know, it's less clutter on the head. You know, but I think that does come with age. You know, yeah, I do think it comes with age. But yeah, you know, if you want a very, very peaceful, uninterrupted life, you've probably picked a really, really fucked up century for that. But hey, who knows? Maybe, you know, maybe we're all here for a reason. Maybe we all chose to be here in this time, to have front row seats on the biggest change in society in human history. You know, a true great awakening, and something that will make the Renaissance look like a day in Disneyland. So I'm hoping that mass non-compliance and being able to do this peacefully remains an option on the table and is followed through and is successful. You know, I don't want a single another person to die or lose a drop of blood in fighting for the safety of their family and the love and respect and appreciation for their culture and their country, you know. Ah, man. I'm hoping that there's going to be an easy way out of this, but it's very seldom ends up that way. Very seldom. You know, we've tried so many soft approaches, you know, but we just need more people to be more defiant, pull themselves away from EastEnders and start fucking looking at life instead of escaping from it. Face it, get through it, get stronger, and then when the next big thing comes along, face it, get through it, get stronger. To the point where eventually you'll if you're an empath, you'll never ever not stop caring. You'll never ever stop feeling compassionate. You'll never stop having the ability to love. You'll just get better at taking these rhinos that come from nowhere, right? Just taking them by the horns, spinning them and fucking them off into space. But it's going to take a lot of pain, a hell of a lot of pain and a hell of a lot of suffering for most people to get to that, because you've got to get over the ego. And the only way to get over the ego is by being humbled, you know? And the only way to be truly humbled is through suffering. You know, fuck me, I've got to turn all this round, make this positive. Fucking hell. I also noticed that if ever someone, if there was like a massive crowd of people at a funeral, right? And some people laugh at funerals. It's not because they find it funny. It's like it's something snaps in their head. It's just you know, it's very complicated but very interesting, right? When people laugh at funerals. If I was to be one of those people that laughs at a funeral, right? I'm such a stealthy laugher. I'm a silent laugher until I take a breath in. Silent. It's bizarre. But I've evolved from doing an inside out laugh. You know, like Jimmy Carr. Is it Jimmy Carr? I was a little bit like that, but a little bit more like a donkey with asthma, you know? Where was I? Fuck me. I've gone right off track then. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about. But I hope what I've just said makes sense. Hey, Dave, I don't know what these fucking white things are, mate. But according to YouTube, you're my number 2 fan, and our Ruth is a number 3 fan, and our Michael is a number 2 fan. I don't know what the fuck any of that means. I don't know why they've even come out with that or why they've done that. You know, why can't, again, going back to simplicity, you know, just make things very, very simple. You know, you don't need to make things complicated. If it works, let it work. That's organic. But now they want to, I think, get even more and more involved with the human psyche, to the point where they can predict every single individual on Earth, be able to predict their behavior to perfection, right? And they learn that through quantum computing formulas, right, based on data harvested off the internet, right? So the introduction of hyping a video, right? So if you watch specific type of content, right, like even like my channel, for example, you would be flagged, right? So, but then if you like my video, it means that you've more than engaged with it. You know, you really engaged with it so much that you've hit the like button. Feel free to hit the like button, by the way, because it's not going to make any difference now. None. And I wish I'd not said that, because I've never said hit the like button. I've never said that before. Never. Ever. Right? It wasn't meant that way. I was trying to make a point. And then they've introduced, so on top of the like thing, right, they've now introduced the hype system. So you can hype videos. So they get to know even more about what it is that you're engaging with more on YouTube. So they can refine that data about you even more and more and more. Your shopping habits, everything is you're followed constantly around with your Black Mirror device, which is why within the next week I will have transitioned. Get this, right? I was hoping to transition myself slowly, and I don't like the word transition. You know, they've dirtied that word, but I'm not using it in that context, so fuck them, right? The transition between a smartphone and the addiction that comes with that, because they are highly addictive, right? I was going to transition down to a BlackBerry, right, that I've got unboxed. It's all boxed up. It arrived yesterday. I've got a spare battery, spare chargers, everything, right? Now, the BlackBerry works on 3G. I'm on EE. EE, it's an unlocked BlackBerry phone. I wanted it because it's QWERTY. With a 3210, you have to press some keys 2 or 3 times to get the letter or the character you want. It's a fucking nightmare. But I remember it not being a nightmare. I remember that as being normal. Sending a text by having to press that. So I'll delete that. And then predictive text was very basic, you know, but did save a little bit of time from time to time, you know, but it was a very, very basic phone. It was very simplistic. It was very practical, you know. But I'm so used to a QWERTY keyboard and the convenience of that, along with 1,000 other plethora of other things that make me addicted to my smartphone, right? The convenience of it. That at least I wanted to drop down onto something that had a fucking QWERTY keyboard. But EE on 3G stopped operating last year. So I've just bought a phone that is literally just a paperweight. But, and you might frown on me for this, but I'm not forcing anybody. I'm gonna relist it back on eBay with a leather case that I bought for it, a couple of chargers, a spare battery, and a spare battery back, right, as a package for a tenner starting bid, right? If it sells, which it will, because There'll be plenty of other people out there that don't realise that EE is not going to work on their BlackBerry, right? If they live in the UK, and I'll only post to the UK. But it's still open on some other providers. But even those providers will be phasing out 3G this year. So 3G will no longer exist. So any phone that operates on a 3G system will just be a paperweight. Whereas the 2G, the 3210, the very basic, you know, with snakes and like Snakes 2 and Tetris, you know, very, very simple, very, very practical, bulletproof little phones. No frills, no Google. Um, 2G should go right up until 2030 and maybe beyond. Because it's an intrinsical part of the network that is the national railway system. They use 2G, right? Because that's all they need for the basic principles of what they use it for. It's perfect. So that'll be there until at least 2030. So my 3210, you know, one of the oldest phones around, it's very, very iconic, and it's becoming iconic again because people are starting to buy them again, and they're going up and up and up in price. So I do want to make sure that I can still, it's nice to have a phone with me in case of an emergency. I do think that it is quite practical in that way, you know. So when we look at advancements in humanity, there aren't that many, not really. I can name a few, but not many. We've deteriorated, and I think the only way really to sort that out is to go back to simpler times, better times. And I'm going to be doing that with my phone, you know. So yeah, if anyone's got thinking about buying a BlackBerry, nah, don't worry about it. And yeah, it is probably slightly immoral of me to sell a phone that I know is going to be useless to someone within a few months. I'm not going to be forcing anyone's hand. You either buy it or you don't. And I bought it. Didn't know, you know. People need to be doing their research, and maybe something as simple as that can get someone on the road of starting to research shit, you know. Start looking a little bit deeper than the fucking BBC, you know. And again, earlier Google, typing into the search bar BBC, you could get very, very, very contrasting results on Google. One meant the British bullshit corporation, and the other one meant big black cock. Literally, you know, that's an abbreviation for that. So, yeah, I've seen some terrible things. Terrible. I've got so far. Oh my God, I'm so far behind. I'm so sorry. You know what I'm like. I'm still on pancakes. Protests do nothing. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone out. I'm going to try my level best to try and get to the bottom of this now. Yeah, protests do nothing. It is a show of strength, right? But just marching around and nothing actually changing off the back of that march should speak volumes, you know. Mass non-compliance is the thing, but I do like the fact that loads of flags are going up. I do love that. I love that. And then you've got wankers, traitorous cunts that should be hanging from said lampposts. White people, right, that think we're being extreme right wing, you know, by putting our flags up in our country. So they're going around slicing them down with really sharp blades on the end of sticks, gaffer tapes on, you know. They're cutting them down. But there is a massive growing movement, just like the Blade Runners, for example, of groups that are going back round and putting fresh flags up, you know, replacing them. And I love that, you know. So there are little things that might not seem much, but if you get a massive group of patriotic, you know, people that love their country, walking through a town centre that is very, very multicultural, with St. George flags flying high and Union Jacks flying high, and then regional British flags flying high, Scottish flags, Irish flags, you know, Welsh flags, all flying high, and then we're marching through a city centre. All of the white people that you see, they give you a big smile. They've got this big fuck off warm look on their face, you know, because not everyone can see what's happening. There are too many pro immigrant people out there, too many lunatic lefties, you know. Again, that sounds divisive. Left, right. The left right paradigm has been very, very powerful in dividing us. Where was I? I went off on a tangent again. Life's too short to live by someone else's clock. Enjoy what you like when you like. Exactly. Yeah. And I do think there is a balance there that we can achieve, you know, to make that a very, very realistic goal. It's not hard. It's not, even now. The craziest year in our history as it unfolds. You'll see. It's going to be mental, mate. Mental. But who doesn't like a challenge? No fear. Well, yeah. So protests. I do think there's a place for them, and it can have an impact on the people around witnessing the protests that aren't part of the protests. I do think that's made a difference. I think reform, you know, has kind of ignited the British public, but then the British public need to realise that reform is not real, you know. And when they realise that, and they've been staunch believers in that party for so long, and felt so passionate about that party for so long, only to realise that they've just been had. Hopefully they can channel all of that frustration and anger into making a big change, you know, forming part of another movement, an organic movement where everyone's just saying, no, fuck off. Just total and complete non-compliance. That is the ideal outcome, and it's doable, but unlikely. Just saying, you know, but it is doable. It is. I like simple. It suits me. I'm sure I've got. Oh my God! Right. I've been practicing my bread making. The kneading is a pain in yeah. I do. yeah, I've not made my. I need to learn to make my own bread. You know, there are probably some prepper channels out there. I'll be like, yeah, baked my own bread yesterday. Oh, I can feel it. You know, not seeing them going through the process, not seeing the end result. You know, just full of fucking shit. Right? I'm not going to say that I know how to make bread when I don't. You know, I wish I knew how to make naan breads. I need to learn. I need to crack on and start learning these skills. But because I've learned how to make flatbreads and make flatbreads very, very well, and the fact that they are so simple, they serve my purpose. You know, so it's made me sort of like ease right off the pedal of making my own bread. But it's something that not only do I want to learn to make, because I've got a lot of flour, a lot. I need to learn how to make a loaf of bread, but I need to then advance myself so well that I can make a loaf of bread in a Dutch oven on my multi-fuel stove in the front room. But even then, that's not going to be very practical during summer, when it's like, you know, 30, 35 degrees Celsius, and you're stoking up a fucking stove in your front room. It'll spark you out. So I'm going to need to try and learn how to make bread over coals or wood, or, you know, get really, really advanced on that, because these are the basics. Bread is a fucking basic. You know, we can't grow rice in this country, but we can grow wheat. Anyway, right. I want to say let me catch up. I know I'm not going to. But yeah, you're right there, Michael. They say the right words, but never. It's like what do they want to hear? It's all based on that. It's all psychological. It's like, that sounds right. He's the one for me. I'll vote for him. It's just around and around and around we go on a pointless fucking carousel. Enough. He has been in talks with Habib about joining parties together. I know. I wish that what's his name? Let me just go for a slash. I'll get back on it. I've got a politician's name, face, voice, body language, hairstyle, every single detail about him. But his name has just gone straight out of my head. That's what I'm saying about name blindness. It's an issue. So there was one MP that stood up. Andrew Bridgen. Fucking hell. I wish Andrew Bridgen had put a little bit more thought into where he placed his allegiance to an officially recognised political party, right? Because Lawrence Fox he's a fucking moron. He's an idiot. I just wish he'd thought that through. But then none of us can even come close to even comprehending how much stress and pressure that man was going through, standing completely alone around narcissists and psychopaths with a few good-intentioned, good-hearted members of parliament that were just far too weak to go against the government and go against the party line. They stood completely alone. And I think a lot of us can relate to that, you know? So I think when you're under immense pressure and you've got lots of stress and lots of threats and all manner of crazy shit, everything's just turned on its head. You don't always make very rational decisions, you know? I think there's probably a part of them that's thinking, maybe I should have gone and stayed as an independent and got the country behind me and funded me to get back into parliament as a standalone. But then he wouldn't have had a voice, you know? So maybe becoming part of a political party that becomes a movement, I wish he'd thought that through a bit deeper, you know? But it is what it is, you know. We can't live in a world of, you know, what if we can go back in time and put that right? Doesn't work that way, does it? You know. I only know due to a YouTube thumbnail long. I hate politics and politicians. Yeah, I know, but I like to keep an eye on some of them, especially the ones that I know are fake. So I can I can then gauge that battleground for souls, you know. We want to try and get as many of them onto the side of absolute truth as we possibly can by planting as many seeds as we can of truth, because it's always got to be true. You could end up sort of like bringing someone round to sort of like make them face the right way for the first time in their life, and then you could tell them something that's significantly inaccurate because you've not got it right in your head, and then you've just lost that person to the other side. And I think using the word person there is probably appropriate. So you've got to stay completely genuine, honest and truthful 100% to a T, to the letter, with everyone. So yeah, we've got these fake fucking illusion parties chipping away at that sort of, you know, that middle ground of people that are just sort of like, what's going on, as opposed to us knowing what's going on and then the other end going, nothing's going on. You know, we've got to try and, yeah, it's imperative. But then again, I don't think it's something that should ever be forced either. It should be natural. You'll know, you know, it would just be, I think sometimes you can nudge a conversation a little bit that takes a lot of tact, you know. I'm very organic. I'm all about organic things like happening and occurring just naturally, like with flow, you know. But I do think every now and then there is room for a little bit of a nudge in conversation just to bring something up. You know, I think it's a sign of giving a fuck. You know? Hello, Maria. I'm sorry. I bet she's been and gone. I bet she's gone now. I do apologise, darling. And Ray, fuck knows how long you've been sat there whilst I've just gone, but at least you missed out on the wig. You know, you can see me in my true masculine self again, you know, instead of looking like a very, very confused transvestite hippie / TMU wizard type fucked up combination. You know, that's what you would have got earlier on, and that's what you're going to get next week. And that reminds me, so just because a few people have just dropped on, don't worry, I'll pick up on ting and ting, as they say in Jamaica. I just need to post this link again because I don't know if you guys are subscribed to this channel, and if you want to continue to like dip in and out of live streams now and then, it's not going to be on Rose Hippie Guy anymore. It's going to go onto my backup channel. So I've got a very significant strike at the moment, and I don't want to, I don't want to risk it for a biscuit. I want to maintain my freedom of speech at all costs. I don't want to self-censor. So we're going to go over to that and rename it the Waffling Wizard. Right, hold on. Let me just get that link back into the chat. It's going to take a little while. This isn't the fastest of smartphones that aren't smart. Oh dear. Hold on. I've got the circle of death. See it? My screen cover needs a screen cover. Right. Have I got it right down? I'm going to turn the volume down. There we go. So this is a link to my backup channel that I set up about 4 or 5 years, maybe, I think it might be longer than that. And I'll be doing live streams from that channel from now on. And then we'll leave Rose Hippie Guys a standalone prepping channel. So we can keep it going so we don't lose what we've got. I've not scrolled down far enough yet, and I'm bracing myself because I don't like not responding, The only party for the people and England is the English Constitutional Party. I've not even heard of them. See, this is the problem, Maria. They're not pushed, especially not in the mainstream, because they don't want any threats. The full English show on Grumble. Graham Moore, right? Again, I'm not going to have to do this soon. Well, actually, I would. Yeah, I would. It just won't be used as a smartphone. It would just be a device but no, actually, I need to fuck it off. I really do. Where are we? Sorry, I missed you guys going through a dark storm at the moment. Much love to you all. I hope you're all right. Ray. You're approaching like proper closure on it all, and that takes some adapting to, but you will adapt. You will. You're a strong woman, a strong single woman. That did a job where you were handling the deceased of loved ones, people that were devastated by the loss of someone, and you helped and handled their deceased loved relatives. Not a lot of people can do that, It takes a special kind of bird to do something like that. So you're a strong woman. You'll be all right. You'll get through this, You will. It'll make you stronger. It will. As long as you allow it to. I'm going to have to love you and leave you. My tablets are winning. Tablets, all right. Okay, I thought you meant like a tablet, like an iPad. See, I need to go back to the old ways, where tablets meant I'm taking tablets. Yeah. Well, what's up with you? Got problems down there. Big problems. Massive. So yeah, good night, Dave, mate, and I'll see you in the next one with the Waffling Wizard. Have a good weekend. Yeah, good advice there, Michael, and very true, very honest, and very true. Never like these crowns and numbers. I know, they're just pointless, man. Unwanted nonsense. Absolutely spot on. They are starting to decommission 3G. Yeah. I was just saying, Maria. I'm not sure how long ago it was now, but it was earlier on in the live stream, about 20 minutes, half an hour ago, something like that. It's I'd sent off for a BlackBerry because it's got a QWERTY keyboard. I've not even opened the box because I know what's in there is useless to me, because I want to stick with 3G because EE, because that's who I've always been with, you know. And every time they try and bump my price up, I get on the phone and say, right, put me through to the cancellations team. They put me through to the cancellations team when trying their level best to talk me out of it. Get to the cancellation team that try their best to talk me out of it, right? And then I continue with the cancellation because they've upped the cost of my contract, right? And that's it. I go right through, follow all the way through with the cancellation, knowing it's going to be a bit inconvenient to get to another network, maybe a different phone number and all of that fucking shit, right? But then they ring you back. They ring you and go, if we keep it at what it was, we stay with us. Yeah, all right. Dealing with all of these people, there are ways of dealing. We've just got to get, you know, a little bit stronger and a bit more determined. Start telling them where to fucking shove it. We shouldn't be paying for gas. We shouldn't be paying for electric. We shouldn't be paying for water. We certainly shouldn't be paying council tax. We shouldn't be paying income tax. You know? I don't know how I got onto all that from crowns and numbers, our kid. Oh, right, yeah. So the whole 3G thing. Yeah. So there was like something like, it was over 24 hours, 36 hours I was without a mobile phone. And I'm like, but after about 24 hours, I was like, this is quite nice, actually. You know, I've got more done. You know, I've been able to focus on tasks 100% and getting them completed. You know, it turns out that my phone was a massive fucking distraction. You know, I do use my phone, I would say 95% of the time it's used constructively whilst researching stuff and looking into stuff and trying to make pieces of the puzzle fit, you know. So it's not like I'm, you know, looking at it and knocking one out with porn. And lads, honestly, avoid that. Avoid it. Please believe me. If you're in a partnership, save all that energy up for your missus. Avoid porn. I could reel loads of reasons off, right? But I think you need to discover that yourself. Oh, fuck me, where was I going with that? Yeah. So with my smartphone, I did have withdrawal symptoms, some like bizarre withdrawal symptoms, not being around, not having my phone with me, you know. When I'm from a time before that these things ever existed, you know, we found a way. There's always a solution. Right, so yeah, Maria, I'm aware about 3G and EE doesn't service BlackBerries and 3G anymore. So that was what I came in. I don't know why I even brought the box in to show you. I've got an unopened box with a BlackBerry in it. That's just pretty much a paperweight. It's got absolutely no use whatsoever. None. I don't even know what sort of games it's got on it, but that still doesn't justify, you know. So I'll flog it on, get someone else to learn to do the research first, and then hopefully they'll flog it on to someone that will encourage them to get to do some research first. and so on. I could start off a brand new movement of awakening just through a useless fucking BlackBerry Curve. Another first, you know? And fuck me, have we been going for 6 hours? Oh my God, right. Let's draw this down to a close. Oh my God. I do apologize, guys. Especially to Michael, because I think you know, I don't want Michael. I don't want you just like going on for 6 hours with me. When you need to get your head down, mate, you know, don't do that, man. Just fucking tap out and say, I'm getting my head down. It's not a problem. You know, it's not a massive channel. I can handle anyone that comes in. You've seen me handle people and turn them into friends, and, you know, it's been all right. You know, I can handle it. So I don't want to keep you up, brother, you know, or anybody else. So just know that my email, Mike's just put it in there. That's my email address. And yeah, you know, if you ever feel like really desperately alone, just email me. I'll put a smile on your face. I will. One way or another, I'll find a way. I will. It might not be immediate, you know, but I will get back to you. I promise. And that's a link to the backup channel, which is called Bibbidi Babbidi, but I'm hoping that I've changed it to the Waffling Wizard by then. And all live streams will be coming from there from now on, just so that we can make sure this channel stays relatively safe, you know, for prepping. Right. Yeah, I've heard, Michael. That's why your username is the Outrider. Your missus has told me, she's been in touch with me behind your back. Don't worry, nothing funny in it, you know. But she says, you know, you're non-stop. You're like a fucking Duracell bunny, you know, that's been tasered. You know, your little arse goes like that. And good on you, you know. So on that note, enjoy the rest of your weekend, guys. And just remember, it's not all doom and gloom, you know. It's not. It's all about perception. And yeah, there's loads and loads of bad shit going on, loads of it, and it's going to get worse, right? But just remember, just look at all of those little things. It's the little things in life. Just don't take your eyes off those little things, because they all count. They all add up, you know. And it's those little things that keep us going. So especially the family unit, you know, rekindle that fire into your family, and you'll be solid. You will. Mass non-compliance. It's the only way forward. Yeah, good night, Michael, mate. You know, it's been a good one. I've really enjoyed that. I've got to admit, I didn't realise we've been going for over 6 hours. You know, that's done my head in a bit, to be honest with you. But it's flown, and it's a sign of flow, and I like flow. So, yeah, just remember, you know, all of you matter. You matter going forward. You really do. So have a good weekend. Make sure you do, you know. Look at the little things. And much love to all of you. Ciao for now.